Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. I'd like to welcome you to our TopstepTV for opening call. Congratulations, you are at the right place. He's Martin, I'm Lewis, and we have an exciting and informative educational programming for you today. Whoa, lady. And today, throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that Top Step crew that you love to watch, putting on trades and sharing all that valuable knowledge. But get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market stuff. Goodies to go. And we got our good friend John, the Hogue Hoagland. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning to all of you. Monday, November the 6th. Happy Monday. It's we always say Capital Preservation Friday, but it's always Capital Preservation Monday for me. We're going to focus on context, good risk management, and patience this morning. If you've been waiting for us for an hour, it's because we had the time change. Hopefully, You have been sitting there waiting for an hour. We set the clocks back as we usually do this time of year here in the Midwest. So we got an extra hour of sleep, and I think we're ready for the day.
I hope so. It's like fall back, spring forward. So in the fall, we fall back an hour. That's how I remember it. In the spring, we spring forward.
Yeah, they've been saying they're going to stop doing this eventually, but they haven't done that just yet. Maybe in a year or so, they're talking about stopping the time change. So,
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Things are changing nowadays, and it's common practice. But hey, we got some news here for November 6th. U.S. stock futures edged up today after equities on Wall Street posted their best week of trading so far this year. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Bond yields fell and the main indices rallied. Prior sessions following the release and the weaker than anticipated U.S. employment data for October. That was bolstering investors' hopes that the Fed could refrain from further monetary policy tightening in the coming months. Yields on the 2-year Treasury touched a 2-month low this past Friday, while the 10-year yield hit its lowest mark.
Hey, Eddie, unfortunately, I think that you got the robot voice.
Oh, goodness. It shouldn't.
Just leave and come back, and we'll write angry letters to the voice chat system.
That's all right. I will take care of all the economic releases and expectations for that for the week while Eddie is getting rebooted into the system here. So looking at the economic calendar this week, it's a little bit thin. There's not a whole lot of impactful information due out there. As far as today is concerned, the only thing I see that may be impactful is Lisa Cook is due to speak today at 10 a.m. Central Time. Tomorrow, 7:30, we have the international trade numbers coming out, but a whole handful of talking Feds. We have Barr, we have Schmidt, we have Waller, we have Williams, we have Logan, all of them speaking tomorrow. Wednesday, mortgage rates and applications, EIA petroleum status report due out. Apparently, Powell is going to speak, as well as another talking Fed, Williams, and wholesale inventories is due on Wednesday. Thursday, jobless claims as usual, nat gas number due out. We also have Bostic, another talking Fed. Barkin will be barking on Thursday. We also have Powell speaking again on Thursday. I see that on the calendar. Logan and Bostic, of course, are going to also be speaking again later on in the afternoon on Thursday. And Friday, we have the Michigan consumer sentiment. So as far as economic numbers, not a lot. As far as talking Feds are concerned, we've got a whole bunch of them. As far as earnings are concerned, we still have long lists of earnings every day this week. Most of the majors are pretty much already out there. This morning we had Constellation Energy missing on revenues, but beating on earnings per share. This morning, the VIX is coming in at 15.35, not too far off of where it was at this time on Friday. We've got the dollar index at 105, which is a little bit lower than it was at this time on Friday. And the yield on the 10-year with a little bit of an uptick this morning, 4.9%. It was 4.5% this time yesterday. And I'm wearing my rally sweater, so we get this rally going.
There you go. Hey, just looking at crude right now. Crude's on the run. We've seen that oil prices did rise today, rebounding after last week's hefty losses. And hopefully that we're seeing some tighter supplies. Major suppliers, Saudi Arabia and Russia, confirmed over the weekend that they will maintain the ongoing supply reduction until the end of the year. Thanks a lot, folks, for that one. We did see the crude trade about 1.5% higher, Brent 1.3. So the benchmark slumped about 6% last week as the geopolitical risk premium faded, and regarding the Israeli-Hamas war failing so far, escalating into a wider conflict in the Middle East. So let's keep an eye on that. And Johnny, did you know the Beatles released a new song last week?
I did. I heard that. I haven't heard the whole song. I've heard bits and pieces of it, but it's kind of exciting. Beatles haven't released a song in, 50 some odd years?
Yeah, it was a song written by Lennon, and Yoko Ono gave Paul McCartney the tape in 1994, and I guess he was cleaning out his junk drawer and found it and said, "Hey, what is this?" Put it in and said, "Hey, I can make $1 million on this one." So,
yeah, there you go.
There you go. Making money, that's what it's all about. But speaking of making money, let's take a look at Hoag's charts here for today and see what's going on.
Awesome. All right. So being Monday, I like to start a little bit further out. We always start with the weeklies on Mondays. So look at last week. What a big week. I mean, that was the biggest 1 week rally since the week of March 14th, 2022, over a year since we've seen a week this directional in the S&Ps. Is it poised to start the end of the year rally? Well, we've got a couple of barriers. We've got weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff high are levels that I believe are really important levels in longer time frame, where bigger players are going to be forced to adjust inventory at, above, or below those levels. So we'll be watching that very carefully. We got a really close look at it last week. I think the weekly kickoff high was a little bit higher than it is today. I think it was at 4,400. It's tightened up just a little bit because I think we're really at a more of an important, I call them inflection levels. Michael doesn't like inflection. We just call them levels. We're at an important level here, and it's going to be somewhat pivotal for us today. The range last week, 238.25 points. 5.76%. That was a 5.76% move that we had last week. Pretty big move. Take a look at the daily chart now. So I've got this trend line, 1, 2, 3 points of contact. That'll be another barrier to the upside, but we've got some considerable work to do before we can get to that level. It one time framed higher all week. In other words, every daily bar had a higher high and a higher low. This is indicative of multiple or all time frames acting in concert on price, bringing price higher and higher. Friday, we added 3,900 in open interest, where we have not really been piling in as far as open interest is concerned, and the volume has basically just remained stable. So I think that that's going to make this weekly kickoff level even more important than kind of originally anticipated, because we've got a whole bunch of traders looking like they're long, not necessarily showing in open interest, but some shorter time frame, medium time frame speculators are probably holding some pretty good longs into this. We're either going to need a pullback or a consolidation before I'm looking for any major moves to the upside or even to the downside. So the regular trading hour session chart. This is a daily chart that shows only, let's see if I can get this to cooperate here. It shows only the regular trading hour sessions. Last week we had 1, 2 big gaps. These are weaknesses in structure. This is kind of areas where the market didn't have the opportunity to facilitate trade. Will it go back and recheck those levels? Now look here on the 30-minute chart. We're going to see those gaps We've got a couple of gaps. We've got a lot of naked point of controls. I know this looks complicated, but I just wanted to point out these purple boxes are day session gaps. So Thursday to Friday, we left a gap. Wednesday to Thursday, we left a gap. I think I just did that, didn't I? 42, 40, 35 is weekly kickoff low. Let's put it at least back in that area. We got another gap here. We've got naked point of control, naked point of control, naked point of control. So there's a lot of weak structure down below this market. When does that become important? When it becomes important. If price starts to move lower, these will be target levels, visual levels for traders to bring price to. We don't know what's going to happen. As we always say, anything can happen. Just keep in mind that there's weak structure down below that could be targeted if we start to pull back or if we start to consolidate and start to range in this area. The profile, it was a normal variation day, relatively neutral in stance. It almost had a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering, but that's not supported by the increase in open interest. The afternoon pullback low that I'm kind of focusing on as a potential continuation level is right about here. It is the actual level is 43.7450. 43.76 is settlement. So not too far off of settlement. Do we have any overnight inventory? If we do, it may be slightly long. I'm not looking at it as a big overnight inventory that's likely to be adjusted. We're opening in range, in value, suggesting patience, suggesting the better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. Maybe earlier in the day, maybe later in the day. We don't know, but the market is opening in balance and in value from Friday's session. So stay patient. NASDAQ, weekly. All right. So when we look at this weekly, we are up against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points of contact on this trend line off the high, which was in July of 2023. This again is the weekly chart. So where are we? We are at risk of breaking out above that level today. That's why I'm wearing my rally sweater, because I'm hoping that we can get this end of the year rally started and put that into our context and use that to take advantage of some asymmetric opportunities in the market. This again, last week was the largest weekly up range since March of 2022. A 913.5 handle range, which is 6.4%. Big day, big weeks here. That's a big week. That weekly trend line is being tested as we speak. Here's the daily chart. There's our weekly test, our weekly trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish points of contact. Nothing is finite in futures trading, so we are, at risk of, getting an acceptance above that. Acceptance above weekly kickoff high puts in another leg to the upside. So that being tested, on the daily and the weekly chart is going to be interesting. Take a look. We've got the 100-session moving average. We've got this trend line. We've got weekly kickoff high. We got last week's high, all right in this area. This is kind of going to be an important area. We got to pay attention. We got to manage risk. And of course, anything can happen. ACH. That's one of the acronyms we always talk about here. You guys probably get tired of hearing it, but it's so important to remember. Look at all the weak downside structure we have here. We have a gap, a naked point of control, another gap, another naked point of control, another gap, another naked point of control. If the market starts to head lower, these are going to be target levels because they are visual. If you haven't noticed, markets are extremely visual. They're going to take price to levels that people are focusing on. And if the market does turn around, these will all be important target levels. Well, on the 30-minute chart here, we don't really have a lot of overnight inventory. If we do, it's slightly long, but again, still in range and in value, suggesting patience. The profile, we had a normal variation, extreme day. The afternoon pullback low, which I'm viewing as right here, is 15,161. 15,161. That's the market pulled up, pulled back a little bit in the afternoon, as a matter of fact, in the afternoon on the 12 o'clock bar, and then continued to move to the upside. So buyers took control. Buyers let it come back to that level and took control again. We have not traded down to that level in the overnight session, but again, suggesting that you stay patient because better trade locations may or are likely to come later on in the session. We've got last week's high, our overnight high, interesting area. We've got our afternoon pullback low. Also an interesting area. We're going to have to be patient, let the market establish its early range, and then focus on those extremes for our opportunities, as our good friend Deanna always reminds us.
It's good to have a good friend that reminds you, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, man.
Absolutely. And nobody reminded me of the time change until Saturday. I'm like, oh, we got to do the time change. All right.
Time.
Mm-hmm. Crude.
Yes.
So this is the weekly. What do we see? We see even bottoms here. 1, 2. We see lower highs. We've got basically a falling triangle or a falling pennant formation on the daily chart here. That I think makes these lows here. Where is that? 80-10. The low of the extreme of this pennant formation on the weekly chart, 80-10, right around $80. 80-10 is a very finite number. There's absolutely nothing that is that finite in futures trading. Everything is a range. So anything around $80 is going to be somewhat important, at least early in the week this week for me, if the market gives us that opportunity. Take a look at the daily chart. All right. Daily chart shows fourth day imbalance. The balance low. Look at last week's low, 80-10. That's the lower extreme. The upper extreme, I'm looking at around $83, somewhere between these candle body lows and these candle body highs. We get back up here, it brings us back into a previous area of short time frame balance. Market is looking for new information, and there's plenty of it out there. There is a lot of geopolitical uncertainty out there, and everybody, I remind you, please remember every day, every chance you get, say a prayer for peace. We need prayers for peace. So, we've got an inside day so far in crude oil. The market has and let me see my notes here. Inside equals patience. I mean, look at the 30-minute chart here. Here's our day on Friday. The profile is a double distribution trend day lower. We have an excess high and a low excess low. Well, the low excess low and the excess high indicates that the upside auction that occurred early in the session on Friday finished. The upside auction completed. The downside auction, maybe not so much. And it would be a surprise for price to continue to move lower. And that 80-10 last week low is going to be pivotal for that. But as far as the overnight inventory, maybe holding a little bit long, but we're right in the middle of range and of value. Well, sort of in the middle. Here's value high on this platform, testing to it, rejecting so far above it. I'm looking at this saying with the location of price inside Friday's range, I really want to try and stay patient, which hopefully is the right thing to do. Because anything can happen. I mean, the market is opened in range, in value. There's very little change in the perception of a barrel of crude oil for the last 1, 2, 3, now 4 days. Focus on the extremes of balance for any larger opportunities. Let the market establish its early range and focus on those extremes for your opportunities as the day goes on. Maybe there'll be better trade location, after the open, after the first half hour or hour, or as the day goes on, as we talk about a lot. So that double distribution trend day to the downside, we had excess, balance, left excess, put in balance, and then really just kind of repaired that for the rest of the session and the early session last night. Overnight inventory, perhaps a little bit long, but again, try and stay patient and not thinking that there's any huge opportunities here, barring any unexpected news. The fact that all this is going on in the world should have everybody peaked. Make sure you have stops in, because anything can happen, and we're praying for the best, of course, but you don't want to put yourself at huge risks should something happen.
Like they say, CYA.
Yeah.
Cover your behind.
Cover your ass. There you go. All right, here's Eddie's gold.
Gold. Not a bad week yesterday. It wasn't a bad week yesterday. Last week.
No, not a bad week at all. We've got weekly kickoff high. I believe that remains from last week. Weekly kickoff high was 2020, got up to 2017.70. Weekly kickoff high is now 2018. We're in about the third week now of a weekly balance. Okay, this market, as we're going to see on the daily chart here very, very shortly, is very indecisive. One thing I got to warn you about is we're starting to see open interest spiking. We had a 6,500 contract increase on Thursday. We had a 5,200 contract increase in open interest on Friday. There's interest coming into this market. It's difficult to find direction because the market is non-directional. Take a look at the daily chart. We have been stuck here for now, like we said, 2 weeks coming into the third week. A lot of long shadows and short candle bodies indicate indecision. There are traders, there are participants placing bets the end of last week. One direction or another is likely to happen. We don't know when. So we got weekly kickoff high, we got weekly kickoff low, which is 1967. When we're right in the middle of it, right in the middle of last week's range, try and stay patient. Now, there's always opportunities. You just have to find the levels that allow you to limit risk and expand your profit targets. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So our extremes are really last week's low, last week's high. What did we do this morning? Well, we opened out of range, out of balance, slightly in range. Look at this day on Friday. Excess high, excess low, just barcoding back and forth. If you recognize that we were in a range-bound day and you bought below value and sold above value, and that's all you did, you would have killed it. You'd have killed it on Friday. It's the expectation of range-bound activities that would put you into that strategy. So overnight inventory, we're kind of looking at it as largely flat. I mean, here's where we opened yesterday. We're trading here. If there is an overnight inventory, it's maybe a little bit short. Market opened out of balance, out of value. So what we're kind of looking for is if we accept value from Friday, that may bring us an upside opportunity. If we reject value low from Friday, which is 1997.30 approximately on this platform, then we might look for opportunities to use that as a level for potential shorts for continuation to the downside. But again, when we look at where we are, here is last week's high, weekly kickoff high. Here's last week's low, weekly kickoff low just below that. We're range bound and we're right in the middle of it. I kind of liken it to a tennis player. And the tennis player sends a lob to the other side. They're going to center in the court so that if the ball comes this way, they can get to it quickly. If the ball comes this way, they can get to it quickly. This market is so thirsty for new information. We got some, like I said, some traders positioning for a move. Direction, I wish I could tell you, and if I could, I would, because we'd all be on a beach saying, "Looking good, Eddie."
Thank you, Bobby Riggs.
Yes. So traders, take a deep breath, be humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today.
Yeah.
Always trade for tomorrow.
You got it. Hey, today is Monday, the 6th of November. We've got Michael Patak. We've got Andre coming on, Deanna, power players. We've got Hogue and Dolby. Dolby time, going to be talking to Casper. Shoulder tap with Mick today. Top quiz, we're going to have Jack and Bonnie. And don't forget group coaching. Group coaching, what's group coaching about today, Mr. Hogue?
Group coaching, I've got a couple of really good emailed in questions that we're going to start with.
Beautiful.
And then we're going to see where we go from there.
All right. We're going to take a couple seconds here, and we're going to get the trading team in and ready to go. We'll be right back. Team here ready to go. Hey, we're inside a minute, so let's get our ponies in the gate. And brand new week here, and we'll see what's cooking. So, gentlemen, Andre, Michael, how are you today?
I am doing great. Andre, how are you?
I'm doing great. Looks like you got a new location today. Good to see you.
Yeah, Shy City.
Hey, welcome back.
Yes.
One side light, one side dark. Yeah, these old guys here, me and John, we need the darkness. That bright light is too much for our cataract eyes.
Come on.
Yeah, we got a big week coming up, right? From what I was listening to the call, we got pretty light today, right? On numbers, anything popping?
No.
All right, no number Monday.
Lisa Cook speaks at 10 Central, so that's it. There was one talking Fed I saw on the schedule, but tons of talking Feds the rest of the week.
Yep.
Thin on economic information.
And here we go.
All right, Michael, we've got the NASDAQ up here for you.
Yes, sir.
Levels, overnight high, 15,225 quarter. 225 quarter. Last week's high, 228.5.
228.5.
228.5. So
Our overnight low.
Hold on, say that one more time. The one before 228.5.
Overnight high, 225 quarter.
Yeah, okay, yeah. 15,
right.
225.
Overnight low, 15,162 and 3/4. 15,162 in the orders.
Write those down.
Wow, what a rally.
Yeah, a big run here.
There is.
Big. So looking like the opening range is going to be left at the low of the session.
All right, so you got tilt a little heavy. I wouldn't say it's too heavy because S&P's 70%, NASDAQ is 64. To me, when I see this, it's like a continuation. This is what I've seen in the past. If they're not totally both lined up heavy one direction, which the S&P is a little more heavy bias long, then you see a continuation. But we've got a lot of traders trading. So.
Don't forget, I am wearing the rally sweater. Wore it all last week. See what happens?
It happens.
See what happens?
That's scary, John.
Boy,
You got coffee stains all over it, Johnny.
No, it's actually very clean. I get it. I wash it every week.
Yeah, that's what I tell all my friends too.
And it hasn't.
You don't know Donna, man. She makes sure it's clean.
Oh, I know. I know Donna. Yes, I can tell. I know who the clean one is in the house. The clean freak.
I just crossed the buttons here. So S&P still haven't left the opening range, but the NASDAQ has peaked above it. They're large opening range, 7.5 points in the S&Ps.
Yeah, it is. I'm looking at
Okay, watch this NASDAQ at the overnight high, Michael. This might be some opportunity. Are we really long on the tilt? Let me take a look.
Not too much.
No, about 50%, half and half.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even like that in my coffee.
No, I go straight black. Straight black,
Yeah,
homie.
me too.
For sure.
Yeah,
straight cash, homie.
Hey, just all the viewers out there, the tilt we're talking about scrolling at the very top of the screen. It's the aggregate position of all of our simulated traders. So you can see which way people are leaning long or short in that particular market. So something to keep an eye on that we'll be taking a look at throughout the day.
And we'll be sharing this on those folks that are on the wait list right now, that are off the wait list that are on Topstep X currently. They're going to watch it. They're going to see this in real time. So, so far, our first review ever was it's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, they like it.
Michael, we just pulled back below the opening, the overnight high.
Swing at S&Ps.
Yeah, that was
38. That was a 20-handle move off the S&Ps being 70% long. Now the S&Ps are just, we're in the 60s and 60% long. So you got 10% of the S&P open positions peeled off on that first pullback, which would be about how many handles? 4, 5. So short time frame, short 5-handle traders got stopped out or took it off.
You know what makes the tilt so important and so good is the fact that all of those thousands of traders actually have skin in the game. It's not just random sim. It's Trading Combine, XFA. These people are concerned about their performance. That's what makes it so important.
Well, I'm concerned about my performance, and I've always been concerned about my performance, making sure I'm totally focused and head in it and follow my trading plan and all that kind of great stuff. All the way to the first time I ever traded on a simulator, swear to God. And it was with a prop firm that said I had to follow it. I had to take it serious. But before that, I lost 90 grand.
You weren't taking it serious then.
And I was not taking it serious. I thought I was, but I was just chasing. Funny? You're just chasing money. You just end up chasing money, and well, you don't ever learn.
You don't know what you don't know. You know.
There's that too.
And you know it. And you know what you know.
Delta and S&P is negative 2,500. We are still inside the range for the first minute, the opening range. We're still inside it in the S&Ps. NASDAQ looked above and pulled back from where? Above the overnight high. Overnight high.
Wow. This is a pullback.
Yes,
it is.
Those longs got faced.
Yeah.
As long as it got faced, right? When we said tilt was getting heavy.
Short when it comes back inside that overnight high. This is sometimes what you can see. Maybe not a long-term trade, but it certainly was a pretty decent opportunity.
Dan Trader says after the non-farm payroll, which we had Friday, seems to be usually a choppy day.
Yeah, speaking of choppy,
this is.
Yeah, speaking of choppy day, you know how last week, and this is a quick talk, you know how last week we talked about range bound on Friday, and I believe it was, and recognizing the trend early. So right now, John, recognizing the trend early. I know it usually takes the first hour, right, to do that?
Usually, yeah, you want that initial balance or that first hour of range to establish itself.
Okay, so everybody that's listening, we talked about range bound. Now you can see right now, just on a 30-minute, if you're going to look at John's 30-minute or my 30-minute, you can jump over here. I've done nothing yet. If you jump over here on the 30-minute that I got, like overnight range. We poked our head above it on the NASDAQ. Couldn't do it here on the S&P. Now look at every day, John, every day. We open up, rallies up, open up, rallies up, open up, rallies up. Is this going to continue? If you're at a roulette table, and I hate bringing up casino right here, but if it kept going black, keep going black, keep going black, keep going black, what does a typical thinking say? The fade it the next time or go with it? I know it's everybody's different strategy, but I just wanted to throw it out there. Like every day it's rallied. So recognizing the trend, right now, out of the gate, here's my point, out of the gate right now, it's hard, but if you look back at the 1, 2, 3 days, however many days prior to that, look at all these days. Mm-hmm. Every day out of the gate, rally. Every day out of the gate, rally. Every day.
How many days in a row is it going to turn up red or black?
Exactly. And when does this have, and then the last point I have, and I read it over the weekend, when does this have on the longer time frame short squeeze? We get short squeeze on these lower time frames. You got longer time frame or shorter time frames. When we're shorter time frames, we get squeezed, and we're like, "Oh, look at stop just ran up our ass." Blah 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 blah. I got faced. Right. And then these longer term time frame folks that you always talk about, there are ones that get the same type of short squeezed, right?
Yes, they do.
I mean, we're all the same. It's all relative, right?
They're just much less price sensitive. And their levels are much further apart where they start to get squeezed. That's the point of the weekly kickoff levels. Yep. Which are 427 and 413. We're coming up to Eddie's number right in between it, that 420 number.
Every week we get that one in there.
There it is.
My teammate is here, the MVP.
Yes. Good morning.
There she is. What's up, Deanna?
Oh, I was just waiting for the rendezvous link,
You found
Honor, you found it.
Yes, finally.
We've been waiting for you. The markets has been on. Okay, open them up, Eddie. We can open up the markets now.
Yes. All right, here we go. Ready? And
there we go.
All right. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Hold on. So we're gonna.
Ooh.
Oh, whoa. What is that?
Cracking beer.
Just the Red Bull.
Holy banana. Yeah, busted up. Hair of the dog over the weekend. Damn.
It's just Mondays. I take a lot of caffeine to get going. So
I hear that.
The S&Ps have still not exceeded the range of the first minute today. It's still in the opening range.
Well, so if it keeps knocking the door because the NASDAQ keeps wanting to yank it up.
NASDAQ's moving higher. It's left the opening range at the low. We've got negative delta in the S&Ps, but no price movement.
Yeah, I've got crude oil is barcoding, as Andre says, on the daily chart. So I want to see what happens. It's opening inside value, so I'm not really that happy with that. Kind of middle of the middle. There is a possibility that we might be looking at a responsive day here, purely because every time I see a move that shoots up 80 ticks straight, like from the open, that's rarely a sign of a trending day beginning in crude oil. So again, I want to be patient. I do have a level in mind when it comes to the responsive activity day. So potential shorts around 82.33.
Okay.
And then potential longs somewhere around Friday's settlement, which is about 80 points.
80.51.
Yeah.
So somebody mentioned barcoding just now. And that's just another way of imagine the market looking like a barcode, just a tight range back and forth, not doing
Yeah,
much.
consolidation as
Here's
it's
what-
known
Range
in the
bound.
retail world.
Here's what it
Yeah.
looks like.
Yeah.
Gold on Friday.
Yeah, that's right.
Range. Some people call it range bound. The market's going sideways. Some people call it market going
Sideways.
sideways.
Sideways. Yeah.
There's your barcoding. Up and down.
Yeah, we
up
gotta
and
get
down.
better with our jargon and vocabulary and making sure everyone understands what we're saying when we get.
I'm not changing my lingo on
We
that.
got to explain it though, Michael.
No, they
we
need
gotta
work on
to
that.
change to our lingo. So
Deanna,
we explain it, and then they use our lingo.
I don't disagree.
We're going to work on that. We're going to
There we
get
go.
a glossary together
There we
Yep.
with all that.
And we also have it in the chat too, Eddie. We got it in the chat, and then Jack, our fact finder, our fact checker,
Yes.
Jack, and help tip lingo guy on these.
We got to add moron trade to that.
Oh, more on
The
that.
market's going against you. You put more on.
You just put more
There
on.
you go. Moron.
We don't
got a
we
poll
don't
here.
advise that.
NASDAQ. Will NASDAQ continue to rally up today? 67% of our lovely traders said yes. And yes, even those lovely traders, 32% said no. Ixnay on the alley ray.
My brother Rick is with us, the Randolph to my Mortimer. He's buying the short QQQs right now. He's always short, though. He's always short.
Yeah.
Buying the short QQQs. Okay, cool. So that's the ETF. That's short. That accelerates to the short. If it starts selling off, it's rallying.
Yep.
Correct.
Hey Rick, why aren't you just getting short right now in the QQQs?
Might be.
Or sorry, not in the QQQs in the Nasdaq futures. Is this a longer term hold?
I think we should put Rick in the trading combine and monitor his performance.
Ooh,
I mean,
Put a little pressure on the old guy.
little brother trash talk. I like it.
I like it. So he's a perma bear. John, what are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm blowing in the wind.
Oh, look at that.
I
Smart.
am blowing in the wind. I am.
What about you,
I
Michael?
am centered, grateful, creative, and flexible.
Yeah.
I don't look flexible, but I am.
No yoga this morning, then.
No, not even yogurt.
Congratulations, Etchaliki Key, passing the 50K combine Friday. Good job.
Well done.
Nice job. Nice job. Nothing on tilt.
Nothing until
S&P's, what time is it? 8:43. Finally took out the low of the opening range. Finally. 13 minutes inside the opening range. Thank God I kept my hands on my hands on my butt and didn't do anything.
yeah.
What?
I was trying to sit on my hands, but
Yeah, I mean, looks like you're looking in the mirror or something. I don't know.
Nice, yes.
So average price of all the open positions which right now are short 60%. In the Nasdaq, average price 30 around there ish. So we're trading 25. So the shorts are 5 handles in the money. You know, I'd say big deal. They're not getting pressed, or they're not taking profits probably with such light in the money. I'm just trying to talk out loud on how the herd has probably been.
Nasdaq daily. Look at this.
Yeah.
We've got, oh, come on now. 1, 2, 3, 4, coming up to 5 relatively decent points of contact on this trend line.
Yeah, there is a supply there on that chart.
You got the 100 session moving average right up against it.
What's that?
The 100 session moving average is currently on the daily 15,315.
315, huh?
And that takes us basically right to that trend line.
So the NASDAQ wanting to be stronger, the S&P finally pulling back a bit,
Yep.
back to settlement.
They're heading in opposite directions.
They're heading
They are.
opposite
It's confusing.
directions. Yeah.
Hey, John, when you're talking about opening range, you're talking about the first minute candle?
Yes, the first minute of the trading session, I'm always focusing on the regular trading hour session. So in the equities, that 8:30 to 8:31 range is the opening range. Now there are people that use longer opening range, shorter opening ranges. The idea opening range is basically comes from the pit. It's however long it takes and whatever price range it takes for all of the orders that are due fills right on the open that are being held by brokers to be executed. So if, let's say, it's a quiet day and there's not a lot of orders, the opening range may be 15 seconds long and 3 prices wide. If there's a lot of business to be done right on the opening range could take 5 minutes and take several handles or several points of price range to execute all those orders. Now, in the opening range was never bound by time. It was okay when the opening they thought it was done. The exchange would send somebody around to talk to all the brokers and say, we think the opening range should be from here to here. And if all the brokers agreed to it, that would be the opening range. But if a broker filled an order outside of that, they'd say, no, I need it to go up to 82 even in the opening range. I executed stuff there. So they would change the opening range, make sure everybody was okay with it before they would broadcast it out to the world. Now in electronic trading, if I want something done in the first minute, I think I have plenty of time because all I have to do is click a button and I can get it done.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
why
actually.
the opening range is 1 minute.
Quick update. We got Kyle is long NQ up 13K right now.
Wow.
You hear that, MP?
Well, hold on. No, I'm adjusting. I'm adjusting my light in the house because that's all I do all the time is this technical stuff. He's up 13K. Where's he long from right now?
I can look that up with Mick. I so far have heard he's long NQ.
Man, he was just like he was up $400 an hour, half an hour.
That grew quick.
So I would guess more than a few contracts.
Yeah, I would guess.
Yeah.
So everybody, what they know, like he busted out on Friday $3,000. Here's why having a loss limit is good, and you can set your own personal loss limit in some of the platforms here. I know Topstep X will be able to do that when you get on it, and also set your own profit target that will auto liquidate. And even to say, deactivate you from trading. I'm sure they're building a way to bypass that. But the point of the story is, he lost 3. You see him put up 20s and 60s and now 14s. That's the importance of knowing how to shut yourself down. I have a pretty bad sob story on Friday about not shutting myself down and taking or killing my profitable day. I'm not being very disciplined. And John and Deanna and Andre, I am holding you guys to hold me accountable. To hold me accountable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So speaking of which, where are the propeller hats?
Well, I don't know where
I
that.
think they're stuck in the mail right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think we're going another route on
I think
that
we
one.
got something lined up for you guys this week. Don't worry.
Yeah, UPS has some strike going on, Deanna, over here. So I don't know, just in front of my house, some strikes. So they can't get the package to me right now. I don't know
The whole
why.
country's striking right now.
Hey, John, I got a question from Ghost. Ghost asking, does it matter at what point in the session the break of the opening range happens?
Yes.
Question.
So if we're looking at the let's take a look at the S&Ps, because I think for 2 straight days the S&Ps left the opening range at the low of the session. So Friday, here's the opening range. It's the dead low of the session. So when it broke to the upside, that was our opportunity to get long. Now, if the market traded up here and then took out the opening range in this context, with the gap down below, I would say that was another opportunity possibly for a continuation to the downside. Now, that if that happens at any time during the day, that changes things a little bit. So the break of the opening range early on Friday provided one of the best trade locations of the day. But if price came up, took out the low of the opening range and found, and rejected price above, that would have been a pretty decent move to the downside. Even on Thursday, opening range, the dead ass low of the day, the best trade location happened in the first minute, and the market rallied all day long. So, we haven't seen any good opportunities where a break of the opening range, either low or high, it provides opportunity. But we'll keep an eye out for it. It's going to happen. Everything does in trading. Opening range was almost the low of the session here, and then the market took off. This was the day we had. This was the day we had really, really strong negative delta, and boy, it just squeezed those short time frame shorts all day long. But we've been seeing negative delta almost every day on these pushes up. Now, there's a lot of kind of question and gyration and back and forth I've seen in the chat about delta and is it useful. There are periods of time, days, some weeks, sometimes even months, where I get nothing from watching delta. But for the last 3 sessions, we've had negative delta, and at the very least, that has told me don't get short. It's kept me out of trouble. Now, if you're a very short time frame trader, it's not going to help you. It's more of a longer time frame context tool, because we can recognize if price is moving higher and delta is increasing in negativity, there's something else going on there. There's a longer time frame participant holding up price by placing bids. They use iceberg orders where they may have 10,000 to buy, but they put it in at random small numbers: 14, 5, 6, 17, 43, 6, 17, 4, 20, 23. They just keep putting in bids and just let the short time frame traders hit them with market orders. That's what creates the negative delta. But if that participant stays all day, you're usually going to get that big late spike, in this case to the upside at the end of the day, because they've gotten the short time frame pea shooters like me all way too short, and I gotta go home flat. So I'm racing over everybody else, trying to get out of those positions and losses at the end of the day, and you get the big runs to the upside. So, a lot of times it's not going to be useful, but when it is extremely useful.
Well, here's a headline, Michael. Look at CNBC right now.
Bumble founder Whitney Wolford stepped down as CEO. Interesting.
We got in the chat here, Don De Niro trying to stress a point about watching the daily trend in NASDAQ, 15,265. We'll keep an eye on it. Don De Niro.
Hey guys, I got long 01s down here on this big pullback, just because of strength in the settlement move. 15,201 half. It's going to be light, but I saw the strength, and this is the pullback. And if we're going to recognize a trend day up, this is a pretty damn good pullback area.
Yep.
That is off 50 handles from the top. Yeah, 50 handles on a pullback. That the NASDAQ has been stronger than the S&P, and the S&P has pulled back. So maybe this wants to give the S&P a nice, hey, come with me to the upside.
That'd be cool.
That'd be cool. Tilt isn't saying too much, except they're both at 60, heavy short. 65. It's a little heavy short.
70 on S&Ps, but quickly retreated.
Mm-hmm. You know what's really cool is one of our good friends here, Hoop. I think everybody knows who Hoop is.
Oh yeah. Check this out,
Scotty. He sent us his trading jacket. He's got a badass looking trading jacket. We got a chance. We could put that up here. This is Hoop's trading jacket. We know him from the chat here.
That's a cool.
Are you with us, Hoop?
And it's
it's
such
a
a
cool
unique
trading
jacket. I remember seeing it on the trading floor.
Yes.
Really?
Oh yeah, I remember him.
that's a
He was in
gold
the meets. I was in
badge,
the S&Ps, but yeah, I remember him.
Gold badge means you can jump in any pit that you would like
It's a big
and
membership.
trade.
It's quite a loud jacket, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
That's about what it was like down there. You had to have a
Well,
loud
you
jacket.
wanted
you
to
had
be,
to,
you wanted to be noticed.
if you were a loud jacket and you were loud and then you were tall, you did a good 6 figures, like no brainer a year.
There's
So I wouldn't have survived in the pit then. I'm only 5'1", not particularly loud.
Keep those elbows out then, Deanna.
Now they have platform shoes now, Deanna. Platform. When I say platform shoes, we're talking.
To be honest, I would probably eat stilts, but yeah.
Well, they were creative in bringing. John, you had those. I don't know if you still. No, you don't
I'm
have.
looking for the picture, I bet.
I have a picture.
Like Frankenstein shoes.
I called them my Gene Simmons workout shoes.
Oh,
My dad used to wear the big platform shoes when he was doing his rock star thing. Everybody
Here they
knew
are.
him.
Hold on. So your dad was a musician as well?
Oh, he was a huge star in Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia. Yeah,
Really?
yeah. They were ridiculous. They sold like over 20 million records. They were
Holy
legends.
bananas!
What's the name
Yeah,
of the
well,
band?
I was born into all of that, so
It's
they
all
were kind
making
of like
sense
a
now.
parody. Yeah, family business. Yeah, he was in a kind of a pop folk parody band. So yeah, everybody knew my dad. It was a bit crazy actually.
What was the name of the band, Deanna?
Rockety Smoravu.
Can you share a link to one of their
what does
favorite
it-
songs?
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't. They were in the end of. It means rockers from Morava, which is a river in Serbia. It's kind of like making fun of southern part of Serbia that are, they have pretty funny accents there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
we
try
do
and
that in
find
this
them.
country too.
Yeah, I know everybody does it, so I'm gonna try and do it on YouTube because I know they're still on YouTube. I'm just gonna find one.
I covered that long. Got 20 handles out of that one.
Nice.
That was good. Yeah,
That was good.
yeah. No, I like that one.
What does that band name mean, Deanna? What's the translation?
Rockers from River Morava. So that's literally what it is.
Okay.
Kind of like rock and roll, but from the south, kind of thing.
Country
Kind of
road.
like Leonard Skinner.
That's what I was thinking,
Yeah,
John.
yeah.
Well, they didn't get depressed like the Beatles, but did not get that.
Alrighty,
So here's one. So I'm gonna share it to.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. This was
Bojangles.
like 1970s, 1970s, 1980s. So keep in mind parody band. So
We gotta see this.
they were kind of like cross between a comedy act and rock and roll and folk all mixed in.
Oh wow.
Yeah. My dad is the little guy with the scarf.
Hold on. Where are we seeing this?
Where is this?
It's in Rendezvous Chat.
Yeah, I put the link in Rendezvous Chat. Yeah.
All right. The
I'll post it in,
behind the curtain, guys. Can grab that one.
I put it in our Slack.
Unfortunately, we lost my dad about 2 years ago.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. He had a good life,
Rockstar life.
Yeah.
Right, so I have a hypothesis in crude oil, just in case this breaks away from the barcoding on the daily chart. If we go higher than 82, and then the market manages to sustain above 82, so basically creates a sustained auction, there could be a chance of a breakaway trade to the upside. Again, not super in favor of that because it is Monday, because we're opening inside value, because we're still range bound, but it is one of the hypos. I'm not going to be rushing into that trade because we're still inside the initial balance. So that's one option. The other option is that we turn around from 82.26 and then the market falls back into the initial balance below 82. and then it rotates all the way back where it came from. So that's my second hypothesis. And if that happens, then we are truly in that range-bound day. So I'm just going to continue looking for the responsive activity trades around the edges of the established session highs and lows at that point. So those are my plans.
So on this platform, your 82 level, they're representing that as value high, but you're not seeing that as value high.
I'm not seeing that as value high because we had a change in clocks, right? So from Friday, if I use the old time, it's actually nowhere near that. So it's I have value high up at 82.77 and value low at 81.31. Obviously, if I change it to whatever the clocks are now, that's going to be completely different. And that case, I hate this week.
I know, right?
The clock changes, it kills me, man. So right now, it does say value high 82.06, like probably your platform is saying too, with value low 80.68. But that's not right because we're the clocks were different on Friday. So just keep in mind, whoever's using profile, don't get caught up in that. And that's also why I'm not really looking at any kind of breakouts from value. I will find it very unreliable for any kind of setups. And that's why I want to focus more on the TPO profile from today and see what the auction actually gives us as a signal.
Because I mean, you've got more, I think, than you're looking at than I am. Because I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 days inside range. Just, I mean, these days are barcoding, right?
Yeah. On the daily chart, sorry, I changed my keyboard. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, I also have my M button died last night, and I was like, what's happening there? So I got a new keyboard, and I keep expecting things to be somewhere, because this is a mini keyboard. I usually have a full keyboard, so that's why I'm a bit like, oh, what's happening? Yeah, I also have the overlapping values, 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Yeah, same.
Right.
And however you spin it, if you look at the price action on the daily chart, you're going to get exactly the same outlook. So you're going to get just a range-bound market.
Right.
Hey, the Nasdaq's having a hard time holding those 20s up there. I did flip it and sell 21s and then covered 10s, but because John, give me a really quick diagnosis of what you're seeing in the S&Ps besides fiddling in the middle.
Okay. All right. So S&Ps also traded above the overnight high and failed. Now, this is the profile, including the overnight. There's our overnight high. Opening range failed. Opening range is the high. Mm-hmm. I mean, the delta is very negative, so it's congruent with direction. There's no divergence here, but it is pretty deep. I mean, it's
hold on. Deep. Delta, we need a definition, and congruent, we need a definition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So delta is negative 7,400. That's 7,400 more contracts that traded on the bid using sell market orders than traded on the offer using buy market orders. So it's indicative of more aggressive traders using market orders to sell into this market.
So hitting bids, guys, hitting bids means you're sitting there, I'm working 80s, trading 81s, and I go, John goes, hey, sell them at 80. And then I go, okay, geez, buy them. And the next thing, yeah.
Right. Okay, so what happened over the last week is we had divergences in delta. In other words, here, if we look at this, the opening range is the low of the day. Price moved higher and higher throughout the entire day, and we ended up with negative 27,000 in delta. That's a divergence. Market is moving lower now from where it opened with negative delta. There's no divergence there. That's congruent. In other words, the more aggressive sellers are succeeding in moving price lower.
I just want to short crude oil 81.99.
Okay.
2 lots. Assuming a failed auction here. So that's the reason behind the trade.
Okay.
I don't really have it yet set in stone, but again, we'll see. whether I'm right or not.
Well, it is flirting. It is flirting in the sideways action on my 30-minute right now is just straight up sideways.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Hug.
So, Michael, this is the profile regular trading hour session only in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ initially left the opening range at the low of the session. It has now taken that out. That's one of the things that one of the folks had that question over. Well, what if the other side gets taken out? Well, this is presenting as excess. The upside auction so far has failed to continue. It's left a selling tail. Price got too expensive. Buyers backed off. Sellers took over and now has us back in the range from yesterday. If I'm looking for longs, I want to see this afternoon pullback low down here, 15,161 get tested.
Okay. Hey, so Ghost said Nasdaq broke opening range. According to market profile rules, we should look for shorts. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Ghost. Ghost, I think we trade very pretty similar. You and I kind of I've noticed, but you
You're talking to me or Ghost?
Ghost. I don't trade you. Trade like you, Johnny. I trade this wild and crazy Mad Max.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I have done and seen nothing to do yet here. Part of it is because the opening range in the S&Ps was like 8 points. So that means I'm risking, 10, 12 points of risk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna take that because I don't see, necessarily 20 to 40 points of potential profit, although it could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another reason why I went short crude oil, because we did pop straight from the open. So now there is room down to 81.47. That's technically where the market shift kind of happened, and you can call it a demand level. So
And
we'll see whether we can retest that area.
we
That
looked
would be
above
my target as well.
We looked above the overnight high.
Mm-hmm.
Failed
Yep, for now.
for now.
That's why I went in.
Yeah. Okay.
So I like it.
We'll see.
We're getting a lot of
I'll
comments
like
here.
it more when it's done.
We're getting a lot of comments here regarding the downside here in the ES. Hoops talking about let's watch for settlement here, 43.76 even. James saying weak low in the ES. So let's keep our eyes open here.
Okay. James, good eye. James is one of my guys.
Small piece of statistics in crude oil in Mondays, they tend to go the opposite way to the rest of the week quite frequently.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know whether it's the same with ES, because obviously that's not my core market, but the amount of times that I try to use trend, if there is a trend on crude oil on Mondays, and then got my behind handed to me, it's pretty epic. And then you would get Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all kind of going the trend way, but Monday, no. So yeah.
Hey, we've only got 500 likes here today with over 2,000 people watching in on us. Let's get that. Let's get at least up to 1,000. Come on, hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button if you have not subscribed. Don't miss out on anything. Let's get that like button up here. Hit it, smash it, kick it, punch it.
Caress it.
Yeah, if you think the show doesn't suck, then you better like it. I love when I like it when people are like, you see something cool, or you gotta like, dude's like, check this out. It's like it's whatever car, some like man cave thing. It's like everybody, like dudes are always like, well, that doesn't suck. You always kind of like,
Right.
I was just with it, yeah, because it's kind of like your way of like giving your buddy props.
I use that a lot.
Yeah.
Hey, how's the pizza? Well, it doesn't suck.
It doesn't suck. Yeah. It's the best compliment I think you're gonna get from your friends every now and then.
Yeah, that's the thing over here and with English people as well. Like, how was it? It was all right.
That'd be good, huh?
Like, not bad, but not that bad.
It's like the Midwestern cry for help when you ask someone how they're doing and they just go, "I'm getting by."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty grim.
Yeah, are you okay, man?
Bye.
I always like to say, better than I deserve. How you doing? Better than I deserve.
Yeah, it sounds like getting by. Sounds like something John Lennon would say. Or, I'm getting by here. I'm getting by. That's all.
All right,
With a little help from my friends.
Yeah, I'm getting a little chopped up. I played this little pullback really light. So gave away my day right there. That was nice.
I'm getting by with a little help from my friends. Great record.
There you go. Getting through life, Tyler.
79s.
You short, Michael?
Large.
No, I was getting long right there. I got chewed up. Just light. I was looking for something. It didn't
Yeah, I
happen.
mean, with the current situation, I'm not looking for longs here just yet.
I mean, the S&P just hit the settlement, and then you got this on a 30-period moving average. You got the 50 and the settlement at the same price. I got a feeling it's going to do one of these get close things, but I'm watching. Nothing big.
Yep, still Monday. 40 minutes into the week.
Tilt's getting a little heavy short. Little.
They tried doing it earlier too.
Yeah.
John, you could see more room to the downside with how the opening played out?
Well, yeah, I mean, this afternoon. Hey, what happened? I didn't do that. All right. This afternoon pullback low here I mentioned in the opening call, 76.75, 43.76.75 is being tested now. It's in essence basically testing settlement as well. Overnight inventory, if there was one, is now adjusted. If we can't hold here, I mean, I could certainly see price testing down to yesterday's value low, 69, 43.69 even ish area. Because I mean, it's kind of tested above value. Here, let me make this bigger. Tested value high.
What price is that? Sorry.
The value high from Friday is 43.8750. So it tested value high up there.
Yes, it did.
Well, it's come through point of control. Here's volume point of control. That's the next visual target. This afternoon pullback low 74.5. How about value low? How does that sound? 43.69.
69, nice.
Mm-hmm.
And that, my friends, you know, I mean, I'm thinking maybe the initial balance will basically envelop Friday's value area. Again, 69 on the low end, up to 87 on the high end. And if that's the initial balance, that gives us, well, the initial balance is basically value from Friday. Look at your extremes for opportunities. At the very least, you can limit risk up there. Anything in the middle, we're not going to diddle.
Chopped me up last week, that fiddling in the middle.
Brutal, right?
It happens, yeah.
Mine was just straight. Mine was straight over trading. Deanna, you did nothing wrong last week.
Oh no, I did. I traded gold, and I was in with a bigger stop loss, so I got hit for $1,000, and I was not happy with myself on Wednesday. I think it was. Was it Wednesday? Yeah. So it's like, why? Because me and gold, we're usually good, but in the last 3 months, it's just not really been, very. We've been having words.
I've said that before. Like, I'm just not getting along with NASDAQ.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a relationship right now.
Definitely.
Yeah, I like to personify the instruments. I love doing
You
that.
got to ghost him then.
Exactly. Blanking, as we say over here. Blanking.
I can't
Sometimes
get NASDAQ.
a little couples therapy might help, that kind of stuff.
Right. Hey, I'm looking for a long down here, John. return to settlement on the NASDAQ. It has this volume node on the 30 minutes, a little heavier right here at the 80s. The NASDAQ or the S&P's right on settlement. I get it. It's showing weakness right now.
I've been wrong, but I think you're looking for longs in all the wrong places.
Okay, well.
we checked down to the points of control from Friday.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it would be a good downside target, but the initial balance isn't finished yet. It's got us back in value from Friday. I'm looking for a little bit of a deeper pullback before I start looking for longs.
All right, fair enough.
What if we hypothesize and that it turns into a responsive activity day? Then the long might not be such a bad idea.
100%. I mean, and the fact that we traded to the points of control from yesterday and we're getting a bounce off of them, that's encouraging. So if we start to build structure there, that lets us limit risk for longs. But I think it's a little early.
Yeah, it's very early. Yeah.
Well,
and I've been wrong before.
Tilt is 70-30 right now in the NASDAQ. Ooh. 70% long, 70% short.
Sure. Yeah.
30% long on an average there.
Let's see if it pays. Let's see if it pays the herd right now. Pays the herd or fades the herd.
Just want to give some props to those that did call these markets moving towards settlement. S&P hit that settlement, took a bounce off that.
Sure did.
Crude right now, just sort of sitting around the 50 and 100 SMA. And my gold right now isn't really doing much. There's not too much action there. A little predictable here, but I'm not doing anything.
What's gold trading, Eddie?
Right now, I got a 1991.40 last.
I thought you were going to say I got a 1991 Ford Tempo.
With an 8-track tape there.
Another 20 years, that might be a classic.
And 91s weren't 8 tracks, were they? Or were they DVDs?
No, yeah, the 91 were DVDs.
Tapes
No? And DVDs.
Cassette.
Tapes and DVDs.
Cassettes. Yeah, there's no DVDs in 91. There's 2001.
Yeah, you know what the stupidest thing was? DVDs. Mini discs to me were the best because mini disc had the cover, so you'd never get it scratched. You could. There was just small. You'd have all these little like mini like Oreo cookie type small little things. And then they go these.
That was a Sony experiment that sadly failed commercially. Yes, but I thought it was a brilliant idea. However, somehow it never took off. Yeah.
Remember when VHS cassette or VHS movies was like a fight between Beta and VHS?
Yeah, Betamax. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. VHS won.
Yeah.
We had both.
Got a question in our YouTube chat. Do you use point of control, the POC, in your trading? Put your vote in there, and we'll see. We've got 156 right now. 66% say no. 35 say yes. Talk about
I'm going to clip one contract on crude oil just because I don't really like what's happening.
Oh, Johnny, I would have liked that.
That long would have worked, Mike.
Yeah, it's okay.
But I'm thinking, I'm kind of thinking in longer time frames.
This is a complete bounce off settle play.
As you were explaining that, I was like, he is looking at a little bit longer time frame, in my opinion.
All right, Deanna's short 2 in crude, no position.
No, short
hold.
1 now.
Short one now.
Short 1 now, yeah.
Andre, no position, and Mike is up.
I've been trying to dance into some positions, and it's been okay when I'm dancing into them.
Well, it is Monday, so make that a slow dance.
I'm up $150.
There you go. All right, so tilt's saying it's about 70%. Too much. No 2s, no 4s.
Hey, we got guys. We got ready for some hot streaks. See what's cooking here this week.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Let's take a look and see what we've got here as far as our hot streaks go.
And I have some notes on these as well, Eddie, if you want to read them off.
You got some notes.
Dude, Massimiliano's just been chilling.
Yeah, still
Yeah,
holding at
Massimiliano.
26 days. Eric S, 16. We got Daniel B moving up 15 days. Daniel, that's somebody new here, 14. And Blake holding at 14 also. What do you got? What do you got for notes there?
Some added context here. I might pause having Massimiliano on here until he starts trading in
again?
account. Yes.
That makes sense.
But the new addition to the list, by the way, this streak, Massimiliano, for the record, I went back and looked at his account. He was in an XFA. He traded 26 days. Those are those 26
That's
days.
it.
100%.
Wow.
Winning days. He's joined, some heat coming from only 2 of these guys traded yesterday, but the new addition to the list, Daniil, that, my friend, is a streak. 14 days for $15,000. He's
Yes, it is.
really cutting it up. So it'll be interesting to see what he does.
Very nice.
Good job.
$1,000 a day.
Excellent.
There you have it. Hot streak.
Rock on.
Okay.
You know,
I wanna get
today
a-
we've
I wanna get
got power players. We got you, Dolby Time, and Casper, Johnny.
Oh,
That's going to be
popular
interesting.
demand.
Huh?
11 o'clock here, Central Time, power players.
And then group coaching after that.
Group coaching, 12 o'clock, right? Don't forget Top Quiz, Jack and Bonnie.
What's the topic for group coaching, John?
I've got a couple of really good emailed in questions. The first one is basically about daily preparation, and I think that's it's going to be a really good one. Daily preparation is, of course, extremely important from where I sit. Hopefully, everybody sees it that way.
Absolutely.
Certainly.
Flat, by the way, got out got out of the trade for scratch on the second contract.
Okay,
Not going
all
anywhere.
right.
No, not going anywhere. This is not what I wanted to see, so I'm just gonna wait. Still up
No worries.
$150, so
There you go. Good
going
job.
steady. Yep.
I got some questions regarding our Topstep payout club.
Oh, yeah.
If you've taken
Ooh.
5K payouts, you're eligible to join the club and claim your hat and pin. Now, we're only giving these out to Topstep TV viewers who have taken the 5K profit in total payouts because you can't get them anywhere else. So claim your hat by filling out this form pinned in the live chat. We're going to post this. I'll post this for you. So have at it. And that's a hat that Andre's wearing.
Yes. People seem to really like it. Cannot be bought, can only be earned.
Can only be earned for sure. Yes.
The pin's pretty cool, too.
Pin's very cool. I'm ready to start my pin on skiing, Andre. There's the lift opens up. I'm getting 2 free ski passes
Really?
from Aspen Ski Co. Yay! If you rent out your place to employees, they give you.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, no, I got a condo there that just got remodeled, and I got 5 ski. I don't know. I let them jam it in. It's a 3-bedroom.
You
But
know that
they're,
ski bum life. You know how they got.
I know, and it's got remodeled. So I'm like, hey guys, same rent.
Same
blah,
rent?
Blah, blah. What do you mean they rent?
No, same rent. You said.
Oh, same rent. Yeah, I jacked it up on a prior when it was a dump. Like built in the 80s, looked like the 70s.
Shaw, I want to answer a question for Shaw. You're right. You're right. It does seem like very deep delta for the amount of price action it's provided.
What is the delta right now?
No, S&P's, it's not minus 9,200 right now.
Okay.
And, we're not seeing huge price action to the downside.
We're not.
Yeah.
That was definitely the theme last week. Or the play last week. All the shorts getting squeezed and just kept going higher and higher.
Yeah.
It was relentless. Yeah.
It was relentless.
At the very least, it can keep you out of trying to pick a top when that happens.
And yet I picked the top.
Well,
Yeah.
Sean's question to Hogue was the move in ES versus the Delta. Sean did say we seem very short Delta compared to the actual price action, and that's where Johnny got his Johnny comment.
yes. Yeah, sorry. I probably should read the question first, huh?
I'm here. I got you.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks, Eddie.
Fiddling in the middle. So,
This is the middle right now.
yeah, I'm over trading.
We're
Here's
not
my
competing
thing.
anymore, Michael.
I don't. Thank you. I've been on my own.
You would have said something else, right?
I've been on my yeah. I'm like, yeah, dude. All right. I've been on my personal journey for 25 years, Andre. So that's no. I know. This is one of those bad habits that dies hard with me. Dies so effing hard with me. For one, I can't sit in a trade for a long time, and for another, I tend to overtrade. And that's what happened on Friday when we were done with the whole competition. I was up 1,700, and for the week I was up. I ended up the day down $1,500, guys. Just like I went and treated myself to a phenomenal smorgasbord of like even the waitress goes, "You sure you want to order that much?" I'm like, "Yes." Swear to God, like a Philly steak. I had a chicken enchilada. I had onion rings. I had street corn. I had a beer and a shot. I all that stuff. So, and then I took a picture and said, "Hey, I'm gonna bring food home, and this is our new nanny that we had." So I was being generous there. I gave her $100 tip, so I was being generous there, and I felt good on my way home, even though I felt like absolute shit that I gave away a day. So I needed to let you guys know that I gave away my day on Friday. So misery loves company. Anybody who was a fool like me and traded in the afternoon on a Friday, which is against the conversation.
You see how much better you felt after you did something nice for somebody else?
True.
Yeah, she was ecstatic. So and there's nobody in the bar, so it was like, yeah, it's great.
It puts things in perspective too.
Anytime you want to do something nice for me, you can Venmo.
He is in town.
I am in town, Johnny. Yeah. No, but I just wanted to share that with you guys because I don't want to go. I want to be transparent in my role here, and my role here is going to be sharing you the things that I still deal with, and everybody. It's bad habits die hard. It is much easier when I'm doing on TopstepTV with you all to shut myself down.
It is. That's the feedback we've been seeing from a lot of the viewers and the watchers and the audience is that coming to TopstepTV has been able to help instill discipline and patience in these markets and not over trading.
Yeah.
So like I said, come hang out with us and
our motto should be something like yeah. If you're tuning in TopstepTV and you're still over trading, sorry, we can't help you.
That's all we got.
That's all we got.
We all have demons. We all have demons. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
It's fun. That's the problem. It's fun to get in the market. It's fun to trade.
It's fun to trade, and that's not really why we're here. We created TopstepTV too because we knew good trading is like watching paint dry. So you see those two things, like, I love getting in and out, boom, boom, carving up the market, and then I have this thing. If I start taking some losers or a bad beat, I start beating up myself. I deal with that. I deal with over trading. I deal with not holding my good trades long enough.
Do you go on tilt very much, Mike? I don't know. You don't really get on tilt when you start upping up your side. Well, I guess that one.
Yes, I did. Last week I got paid when I got on tilt. That was over trading on Wednesday. I was down like $7,000, came up like $2,000 almost. And then that one I got out of it. And then I got pinched on Friday doing the exact same thing. It was all because I had brought my P&L after I talked to you guys up to like 2,300, almost 2,500. I'm like, shit, I'm reading the markets really well today. And then it went down to like 1,700. Then it went down to 1,200. Then it went down to 800. Then it went down to 600. Then it went down to even. And I'm like, I called you, Andre. I'm like, this is bullshit, man. I'm just like, yeah. So I'm talking to Andre about this, and he's like, dude, just shut it down for the day. I'm like, I know. I'm about ready to shut it down. I got to go to town and pick up, blah, blah, blah. I didn't. I sized up. Yeah.
Yeah. See, with the whole philosophy of if you're having a good day, keep going. I've never agreed with that.
No,
never, because whenever I tried to do that, I would have an awesome day. First two trades, 2R, 4R on the day, and you're thinking, wow, I'm just killing it today. If I want to keep trading after that, I actually use a rule that early Topstep Combine used to have. If I lose 50% of profit off the high mark, I'm done. That used to be a rule in Topstep. And I learned how to do that.
When you do what, you're done?
So when let's say you're up $1,000 on the day over several trades. If you lose 500, so you come off the high mark for 500.
Oh yeah, 50%
profit. You're done. Shut it down. Walk away.
Wait, even like Mick slacks me. It's like, how come I just got a rejected order for 30 contracts? I'm like, I didn't have 30 on, but I had so many working that it then rejects you because you can't put all of them on. I had 10 on, and it was just, I was trading on tilt. So if you guys are listening right now, and this has happened to you, that's why I'm going to talk right now. I'm not going to be this perfect trading angel. That's kind of hopefully the folks that we're interviewing that are funded traders that are carving up the market with these hot streaks and all that kind of stuff is it's something. Again, I got a problem.
All right, so I'm long crude oil 82.21.
I was going to ask you about that since we're topping out here in crude. What levels you had? Now I know. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Kojak just passed the 50K combine this morning, and Kojak says going to take this one slow and make it count.
Yeah, that's so
well done.
That's watching paint dry. So keep tuning in to TopstepTV.
A little market information for everybody here. The NASDAQ and the S&Ps have finished their initial balances. That's the first hour of range, and they are the smallest initial balances that I've looked back about 2-3 weeks. These are the smallest initial balances that I've seen. The initial balance in the S&Ps is 14.5 points or handles. The NASDAQ, the range is 72 points or handles. These are very small initial balances. What does that mean? It means that it doesn't take a lot of energy to extend outside of those initial balances. Think of it as knocking over a lamp compared to trying to push over a pyramid if you have a really wide initial balance. Look for range extension at some point today.
Yeah.
Did you say John, did you say breakout?
Yes, look for range extension. Whether it extends and continues is another question, but we odds are we will see range extension in both of those markets today.
Awesome.
Now, whether it's going to be to both sides because the initial balance is so small, that would mean a more ranging day, or just to one side, that opens up the possibility of a trending day.
Yes. I love it when you become the teacher.
Right?
Hey, William said in there he's really excited about Topstep X. The reason why I wanted to pull that in here real quick, William, on Friday afternoon when I busted out and I'm like, man, why didn't I, like, if I would have set my profit target for the day or a certain amount, I wish I would have shut me down like it does an auto lick on a daily loss limit. I then, Ryan, thank you for responding. Our product manager, hey, Ryan, for Topstep X, I need to have this put in here in the next few weeks where I can set my profit target, I'll liquidate it. It was going to tell me you reach your profit target, and then it'll just like shut it down. And then I wanted to say something that I have to agree to if I want to open it back up. So then I hold myself accountable there. He's like, we can do that. It's not going to be in this next release. So, but that's the part I think I'm needing.
What'd you say?
So that's going to be in Topstep X. So the whole point about that is Topstep X is going to have more and more things that you're going to find really in any traditional platform that's going to help you stay disciplined. Again, these platforms that are out there are transactional platforms, get me in, get me out. But if we can help you with your behaviors and you set these, call it risk management, certain things, alerts, all these certain things that can help you become a better trader and more disciplined, that's a platform to me that's more of an experience. The ultimate.
So it's web based, isn't it?
Yes, it's web based. We have the app coming out very
so
very soon.
One thing that I really like, because I was watching that video that Mac did, the daily loss limit functionality, because now you can, like on Rhythmic, there is a way to set your own personal daily loss limit, but unfortunately, as soon as you shut down Rhythmic, obviously it kind of releases you from your clipped loss limit. So that's a bit stupid.
Really?
So like Michael, it's more a transactional platform, and having something that can actually help you as a trader without an additional plugin that you have to buy and spend a lot of money on, that's really invaluable to save you from yourself, really, on days when you're, we all have Muppet moments when we go on a bit of a rampage.
And we know here at Topstep what those add-ons that are popular out there that people use that help them. So we're not just going to build like some, idea that just flash pan idea that comes in here with it. We're taking the feedback. Hey, here's what I use. And we hear that all the time, blah, 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 bookmap's one of them. How do we, stuff like that. So you'll be seeing a lot of, and since it's web-based, you don't have to download and re-update and all that kind of stuff. So
nice one.
You'll be seeing new updates consistently when you open it back up. All right, so it's fiddling in the middle. 213s on the Nasdaq. 213s on the Nasdaq. It would just won't even do an extension right now.
Anything in tilt? 50-50.
No, it's 50-50. We were a little short down there, and that's when John was talking me out of it because he's looking at a higher time frame, which he probably, or long. So I was looking for a long. Sorry.
Yeah.
When the herd was heavier short, and I'm saying they're heavy shorts. Remember I said that the 70%. I go, guys, let's watch what they do.
Yeah,
that was down in the 180s, 190s. So, it has moved higher since then to the tune of like 20, 30 handles, but it's still fiddling in the middle. If you look at the 30-minute right now chart, and the 30 minutes is bottom one right here.
We got a poll in our YouTube chat. What chart type do you use? Candlestick, Renko, range bars, or TPO? Get your vote in there.
Can you vote for two?
Oh, and Deanna, how many positions you got on? How many contracts?
I've just got one.
Just a one lot. Okay.
I don't have enough budget for two just yet.
Okay. We've got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got a tip of the day. We should have this tip of the day earlier. James, you got that tip of the day you want to post up here? Let's see what today's tip of the day is. Tip of the day. You got to have a clear mindset, of course. Ski, bike, run, play, no matter what you do to clear your mindset after a trading day. Make sure you clear your mind in order to get back to trading sharp and smart. Yes, very well said. Tip of the day, have a clear mindset. Thanks, James.
Michael, you ripping apart your house back there?
Yeah, I know. I just finished my coffee. I went to go get some ice and a water, and I realized I left the ice, the bottom freezer open, and all my ice is melted, and now it's water.
Oh, no.
So, yes, that was probably I left open last night. Just realized
last night.
Yeah, it would not have. Yes.
So all those hot pockets are thawed out, right?
There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing in there. we don't keep anything in the fridge here.
Well, it seems like Candlestick is the overall.
What did it come back?
Almost 600 votes here. 88% of traders are using the Candlesticks. 3% Renko, 4% range bars, 4% TPO, and 2% chicken bones.
The best indicator.
Absolutely.
Chicken bones.
Yeah. Tea leaves as well.
Tea leaves works well too.
Yeah.
There you go.
40 quarters.
JT's asked, does tilt show different for every time? Well, keep an eye on it, and you'll see there's an average entry, and it's gonna tell you it's gonna change.
Yeah, right now the average entry of a Nasdaq long open position is 210. So
210.
They're taking 5 handles of heat, which is not much.
Something else I want to mention here. Abby has jumped in our chat. Our creative genius, Abby. If you're filling out your form to receive your 5K package, please put your full mailing address. We can't send a package to your email address, friends. So thank you. Thanks, Abby.
Good point.
Yeah, no usernames here.
Yeah.
Fade MP, that's not going to get to your house. Sorry. All right, we're back at the, we're at the 38s. That was pretty damn quick.
Was there any setup there though? There's nothing to tell you to.
If you wanted to go all the way back to getting long in the 90s, yeah, there was, because the shorts were pretty heavy there. If you want to look at the herd and where they thought the market was going to continue. But it's still in the range, high side of the range of the S&P. It's trying to break out on the NASDAQ.
Delta divergence in the S&P is just brutal.
How short now?
7,700. We've lost a little bit, but I mean, the market is just not breaking.
Mondays.
There's been a few questions here regarding Deanna's socials, so I'm going to post her Twitter here.
Yep.
Get
Thank you.
that in there. There's the Twitter Pip Raider.
And YouTube, Market Stalkers.
Market Stalkers on YouTube. Check. Right.
Yeah.
40s. What do you, 240s? 238s. John, you had the 240s and the 238s. I think I got those from you. Did I get those from you? 240s.
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, we were basically at this point, early, we were just looking at the overnight high and last week's high.
Yeah.
Which, we left a lot of excess above there. But we are currently taking out some of that excess. So the opening range in the S&Ps is still the high of the day. We still have some pretty negative delta. Delta in the NASDAQ, I've never looked at it. I've never seen it to be that useful. It's an S&P, which is the broadest of the indices that I look at. And like I said, people in short time frame, it's not going to help. Even in my time frame, sometimes it doesn't help for weeks, but it's been a pretty important kind of nuance in the last week.
CNBC, Michael.
I wish I could talk about this.
Hey, for those that aren't not members of our Discord, I'm going to put the link here. I know that some of you are asking questions here. So here's the Discord link. Join. A lot of good stuff going on there. So keep it up.
Well, Bumble's taking it on the chin.
I'm going to get out of this crude oil because it's really slow, and now we have 4 TPOs in a row. So that's scratch on the day.
Scratch.
We got another one of our old school traders, Richard Grimson, joining us here. You might remember his name from the broadcast on the floor.
Nicholas Ranella. I know that name. What's up, buddy? What is the worst thing you've ever done? Question getting
I really
asked?
like that question you asked. It's a wild question, but people seem to really like it.
Let's do this right now. Everybody's behind a username. You tell us what the worst thing you've ever done is.
You have cover out there. We don't.
Yeah, you have cover out there. Mine is eating dog.
Jesus.
Ew.
Your own dog?
No,
Okay.
no.
Oh, that's not that bad, though.
I regret eating dog. I love dogs. I was in Cambodia. And we were at a restaurant, and it was their special.
So did you specifically order it, or was it just like served to you?
We knew.
You had to order it.
Our driver took us to a lot of things that were like a real, true Cambodian experience. But that was one of them, and he's like, blah blah blah, and he's like, they bring it in from the farms, and
Deanna's judging you right
Deanna, I didn't even think about you, Deanna. You got 8 of them.
He's
Yeah.
judging the hell out of you.
Deanna, I've had a dog every point in my life and kept them till about 10 years old. For 4 of them in my life. So since the age of 10, something like that.
Yeah. Same.
there.
I've had a dog since I was 10.
Yeah.
So we can really call you like, hey, what up, dog?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Are
John.
what
I
you
like
eat,
that.
right?
Yes.
Penalty box for hug.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Now, Hope, why don't you, Eddie? Why don't you tell us the worst thing that you've ever done?
I like turtle.
Good old turtle soup, right?
50-50 on the tilt. Nothing. I'm excited, guys. I'm in Chicago. Andre, I'm going to go to Bulls game with you. Watch Kevin Durant. Is he still healthy?
Yeah, he should be.
I hope so. Yes, I've never seen him play before, so that should be fun.
Yeah, no,
I went to the Bulls game on Friday. We lost, so
We're
not that great.
place.
You're last place.
did you take your GF?
I did go with her. Yes, and she got a dog, so now I'm partially like a dog owner. You guys are talking about dogs. And
Don't eat it.
I ain't gonna eat it.
Don't eat it.
Come on. He's a sweet boy, Sebastian. Cool.
Andre in a serious relationship. Wow.
And a dog owner.
And a dog
Sell
owner.
everything now.
Feed Andre now.
This is great advice, guys. I hope she's watching. I really hope she's watching.
Speaking of serious relationships, James, if we could show that rates thing I gave you. Have to go back to the other screen here. What we have here is a little relationship between nominal interest rates and time going back to the 14th century.
14th century. Wow.
Yeah, so some diamond hands Methuselah type had the greatest trade of all time, shortened rates from 1310. Now that is a trend.
15%? Oh, 20%. Wow, that is the trend. Okay. Wow. Somebody's got
Simon Van Halen. Rock it out.
Yeah. so I'd say like Tired is saying that rates are going back to the early 80s. Wired is they're going back to 1410.
1410.
Michael, you sure?
Kiss.
Yeah,
How
I'm short.
How many contracts you got on?
I got 2. I'm short 2 from 16. I see
I'm
it
gonna
fail.
go.
I know I'm
short
really in the
crude
middle.
oil.
But it already extended itself up to 43s and it had pulled back. Now I'm thinking the weakness is in here.
I'm short 2, 81, 87 crude oil. Yeah.
Well, I'm feeling really late to the party, Andre.
Me too, John. But there's
You haven't missed out on anything.
I'm not. I was forcing shit all last week. I learned my lesson. I'm not. No.
I'm just trying to find the pulse at the moment. So
how do you do that,
Yeah.
Danny? You just go small with one lots and stuff to find the
yeah,
pulse?
so if I'm
talk
not
about that.
sure, if I don't have any good levels, then I start with 1, and then if that works, great. But if it doesn't work, it allows me to limit risk. And then if I see something obvious when I have a bit more information about the market, then I will maybe do a 2 contract. Like right now, I went in with 2. One of the reasons is that we have a failed auction. The second reason is that we have built some structure already. We've got 4 TPOs in a row. So that's, never really a great sign for any kind of trends. I do have a level around here as well. So it is a little bit higher, but we're struggling to get there. There's even a little low volume node just where we popped. So from 82.13. So the fact that we're struggling around this area, now I'm a little bit more confident that I want to go short. So that's why I'm in with 2. But if that's not the case, and if I get hit again, then I'll try and cut it at minus 0.5, which for me is usually about 17, 18 ticks. So I don't wait for my full stop loss to be smacked. So sometimes when we have days like these, there will be a lot of stop, start until I find that pulse and until I have enough information. And then I go to lots, 3 lots, 4 lots, whatever I'm going to do, depending on the account size that I'm trading, of course. But yeah, so sometimes it takes a bit longer, and it just helps me to feel out the market. I think Michael does a lot of that as well.
Oh yeah, he does.
Come on,
What price did you get, D?
81, 87. And here we go. So now it's
Nice.
dropping. So yeah.
Nice. I like it when you get in and it goes your way. Now mine's right at my entry. It was in my way. 10 handles.
Because it's Monday, and this is very likely a responsive activity day. I'm not chasing my 70 ticks, 80 ticks, and all of that. So I'm actually going to clip this around 81.53. So I'm going to take some profits so that I have a little bit of buffer on the day.
There you go. Smart.
Nice.
If we can
We've
get
got
there.
a
Trade.
trivia. We got a poll here. Who will end the day with the highest P&L? MP, Hogue, Andre, or Deanna? Right now, with
Monday.
we've got Deanna is leading, MP in second, Hogue in third, and there you go, Andre.
Bringing up the rear.
Show him, Andre.
Yeah, do something. Nothing to trade yet.
The crude getting heavy here right now, and we continue the stair ladder down here in gold. Gold just keeps on moving lower and lower here.
Okay.
Just so you know, I voted for D.
So did I.
Thanks, guys.
Michael, who'd you vote for?
Well, not myself right now. Focus on good entries, Michael.
I talk to myself too. Do you guys talk to yourself, John, Deanna? Do you guys ever do that when you're trading?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Okay, good. At least we're not the only weirdo ones, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I call myself Mikey when I'm skiing. When I kind of like get a little shaky. Whoa, Mikey. And, yeah, when you're like doing something and then you like recover from it because it's like you knew you were gonna wipe. I don't know. Yeah, so I talk. That's the guy who screws up all the time. That's Mikey.
As long as you don't argue with yourself, one of the comments was, that's true. You don't argue with yourself.
Yeah.
But if you play golf or you trade, you'll find yourself sometimes arguing with yourself.
I mean, you can get committed pretty quick if you start arguing with yourself all the
I know.
time.
Depends where you're at.
Yeah.
I try not to talk to myself because most of what I say to myself isn't very nice.
Exactly.
Oh,
Gee, John.
kind to yourself.
I know.
Right?
Yeah. I know I talk to myself when I'm trading and when I'm playing video games as well. The video games tend to be a lot more sweary.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm out. I just.
JP Rivas has got a question for you, Johnny Hoags. What type of day Nasdaq is developing, and what are the expected strategies for this type of day?
Well, since we haven't extended the initial balance at all right now, it's a normal trading day, which is rare. So the expected, I mean, if it's going to remain a normal trading day, which we both doubt, both Deanna and I,
Especially in Nasdaq.
we're fading the extremes.
Yeah.
We're selling against the high, buying against the low, and that's the only structure we have to lean on. So that's how we can limit our risk. If something changes, then the strategy changes. Your thoughts, D?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, range bound, whenever you have the prices still inside that first hour of trading range, which is also known as the initial balance range, it means that we haven't really went to any new levels, obviously. So you have to work with what you've got. I generally try to only work within the range that we have, even if we extend the initial balance, unless I'm looking at some mad trending day. But some of my markets, they're not as crazy as NASDAQ, so that doesn't happen as often, and therefore I have to be a little bit more careful if I'm just entering on a breakout trade. And I try not to do that. And you've seen crude oil, I tried one sustained auction idea, and it very quickly told me that that's not the case. So obviously you have to work with whatever information you have at that particular time of day. This is where market profile and volume profile as well, they're so valuable because they give you clear orientation points and you can read what's happening if you're objective enough.
Awesome. Yeah, I see what you're doing with that crude. That upside auction failed, so you're short.
Yeah, exactly.
Short, right?
And we have 4 TPOs wide, so that minimizes the chances of a trending day upside.
There you go.
So therefore, now we have the failed auction, potential to rotate all the way through to the other side of the initial balance, but also the potential to pop the other side of the initial balance and then have a neutral day.
Right.
Deanna, Vinny the Fish is asking,
Vinny the Fish, yeah.
are you a big believer in the fib retracement for crude for your entry and exit?
No, I don't really use fib retracements at all. I use something called the Q points, which is my ideal retracement, but not really for intraday. That's more for a chart location on a larger time frame and always pertaining to the observable swing that we have. And then what I do, I divide it in 4 equal quartile areas. So nothing to do with Fibonacci, just very, very simple. Low, high, divided by 4. And then when the market starts going back into the swing, so it effectively starts doing the ebb and flow, I would use the Q high and Q low as my potential turning points from those larger time frames. But again, that's just like a chart location thing. It's not something that I would use as a trade location intraday because those are, very big levels.
Yeah.
So that's not that useful. But it's very useful for for directional indicator, kind of like a little nudge. Even though I won't be like, oh yeah, we're definitely at a swing extreme, let's go short, because I need a whole bunch of other things to go short on the market profile, making sure that the average ranges are not busted for the day, so that I have enough statistical space for my trade to work out, a whole bunch of things that comes into my decision making. I'm a very, very data driven trader. So you will see me quote statistics a lot and probabilities, and that's why, because I've been staring at numbers for a long time. Let me just get
There you go,
this
Vinny
crude
the
oil.
Fish. Here's your answer.
Yeah.
Let's watch gold here. Gold sort of testing some of the lows here. Oh, there you go. Okay, it just broke here. Got a new daily low here right now. Looking.
These guys going
All
on.
right,
48.40.
I've just taken 36 ticks, so that's about $720.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Nice trade.
job.
Nice.
Yeah, nice work.
Thank you.
I've got like a few more minutes, then I gotta go to all these meetings that I have this afternoon. So I'm gonna be cutting out of here shortly.
Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for being
Thank
here.
you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take one of the Deanna, you probably got these. I don't know if you have these, but the electric bikes or the electric scooters. I got like a station right out here. I'm in.
Yeah,
Wicker
we have them everywhere.
Yeah.
Just wear a helmet.
No, I don't do that, Deanna. Come on.
Yeah, you know what? I saw, before you jump off, I saw a girl at my dentist's. She walked in and her face was like, just, I'm not going to swear, but, totally messed up. She didn't have front teeth, nothing.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, horrible. And I said to her, oh my God, what happened to you? And she was like, I was on my electric scooter and I tried to stop and I flipped and I went face first into the curb. And I was like, ouch, man. And then she was like, my teeth. And then she just broke down. I felt so bad for her.
Oh.
So please be careful. Just, it's not worth it.
Deanna,
man.
I was in motocross when I was 15 and 16.
Yes, you don't need
just
another one. You don't need another
I was just going to say, and then I ended up in intensive care, which I did because of the motocross accident. But no, I don't have a helmet here. But I'm going to take it easy. I'm going to cut out of here, guys, and leave you guys for it. I'm going to take one of those electric scooters downtown. I could take an Uber, but it's beautiful out. I mean, it's beautiful.
Nice
Yeah, it's nice out today.
And before you leave, Michael, we've got. We want to pop up that Forbes image real quick here.
Forbes.
What is it?
Well, they're just killing it.
Oh my gosh. Look at those. Look at that.
Hold on.
Oh man. We gotta have a chat.
What is this?
It's covers they've done featuring Elizabeth Holmes, SBF, the WeWork
That's the
goofball.
WeWork guy.
And
Yeah.
then one of their top banks of 2023 was SVB.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well,
That's
that's
funny.
what that's what happens when you're a speculator of the future. You should be like a Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve just wait for the data to pass, then put it out for Forbes.
That's beyond funny.
I always feel like Elizabeth Holmes is like piercing your soul when she looks
That's
at you.
crazy.
Man, they really
It
did
is.
That one show with her, that one girl that plays her, is really good.
They're wrong more than I am.
Oh my god, I know.
And that's saying a lot.
Forbes.
Yeah, fake Forbes. How about that?
Yeah.
Hey, Liam in the chat is talking about this sauce in the UK. Is this right? Deanna, you ever hear this? Called Patak?
It's not. It's Indian sauce. So I'm Czech.
The
Yeah.
Patak sauce. I actually have some of that in my cupboard.
Yes, you
Really?
do. Yes, you
You
do.
really?
Yes, you do.
I was actually going to send
Everybody needs to get some.
send that in. Going, can't get away from Patak. Even in my cupboard.
Is it spicy?
I smother it on everything.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Just put it in everything. Yeah, it's quite not. I mean, it's a little bit spicy. It's nothing. If you really like spicy, then that's not going to cut it. But it's nice. Like it's really good when you want just a quick curry or something. Yeah. So it's funny. The guy said that.
That's how a lot of people would describe me. A little spicy.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm out of here. You guys have a great day and good chat. I'll see you guys for a little bit tomorrow.
Sounds
All right,
good.
dog. We'll see you later.
Oh yeah, I'm down 600. I'm down 600 for those that ask. So I'm going to hold on to this and put it. You can easily come out of a $600 day, give or take 500, but it is a losing day. So I'm
Easily.
chalk up the L, little L.
All right, adios.
All right, Michael.
See you guys. Yeah.
Sam.
We'll take care, man. Well, there's a lot of. I'm on Amazon. There's a lot of Patak stuff. Curry
Yeah.
paste, pickles, hot lime pickle.
Yeah, it's a whole line.
Mango
Yeah, it's a
chutney.
whole line. Yeah. Mango chutney is pronounced.
Shop the Patak store. Let's see what he's got.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be Michael. He just never told us.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's got to be him.
Wow.
Mitch, Casper comes on around 11 in about an hour.
There's a whole store here. No dog, but
No dog.
no
No.
dog.
Oh. All right. We have Fed Chair Cook speaking as
Finally.
we speak.
As we speak.
Is he a
10
voting
o'clock.
Gold
member?
made a new low.
Does anyone know if he's a voting member?
Let's take a look.
Well, it's a she.
She, I do not know.
Oh, it's a she.
It's okay. Yeah. I don't know. The names change all the time. He's hard to keep up
Yeah,
with.
I know. Yeah.
Concerned commercial. She's talking about commercial real estate right now.
A lot of that.
Yeah. Damn, she's not giving us anything today.
No. She makes no comment on monetary policy or rate outlook. No,
It's the worst
comment.
headline. The worst. I remember.
So nothing.
for us then. Yeah.
They're all speaking this week.
Oh yeah.
Every day at Barrage.
Yep. Yeah,
So,
because we don't have any real economic information coming out this week, and most of the big earnings are already out, so they got to do something.
Yeah. They at least have to speak.
Yeah, they probably echo what Paul was saying last week, right? That
Yeah.
pause looks certain. And we're moving rate cuts earlier in the calendar in 2024. Is that what it is?
It's
For the pricing?
one of the possibilities that
Right.
drove price last week.
Yeah.
I'm long one from 81.70 now because it's a very likely a responsive day.
Okay.
Just one.
Just working the extremes. Mm-hmm. Nice. I'm personally so happy that I've done nothing in the S&Ps today.
Yeah.
I'm not missing much, John. This range is
it looks
crap.
very, very rangy. Yeah, horrible. At least crude oil is moving nicely, in some kind of ebb and flow. Equities are just like,
I mean, there is the possibility of an IB breakout at some point because we're negative 10,000 in Delta now.
yeah, it's a small IB as well. So
Mm-hmm.
he's probably going to pick up towards the end of the day. You know how these things go.
Yeah, it takes a while to get started on Mondays. I know it does for me and probably for the markets as well.
Yeah. Hence the Red Bull.
Did you finish it?
Yeah.
Not yet. Halfway through. I like to sup it slowly. Not
Very
like
good.
Yeah.
Coffee, and I'm out.
Yeah, coffee.
I might have to get more of that.
I've got the Keurig, and my coffee is called Wake the Hell Up.
Is it really?
Here, if you got a picture of it, Wake the Hell Up. There it is.
Huh.
So, and then I've got this other one with the skull and crossbones on it. So, you can't see that one.
Are those Keurig
Vanilla,
pods?
though.
Yeah, these are pods. Yeah,
Yeah,
Death Wish.
I've got the Nespresso machine, but they don't have such whimsical names for their pods.
Drinking the Charles Bronson Death Wish coffee. At least it's vanilla flavored, so
Yeah.
give you a little fun before you.
It kills the other Death Wish flavor. Just masks it with vanilla.
Pretty much.
Vanilla. Oh boy.
Jeez.
What's
Come
your
on, crude oil. Make up your mind. Come on. There's like a lot of orders on both sides. It's like they're clamping it.
Here we go. What's your pep? We got a new poll here. Coffee, Red Bull, exercise, or other? I'm going to say my coffee, man.
I'm an other. Tea.
Really? Do you not drink coffee then?
I don't. It doesn't settle with me well. It doesn't sit with me well. I get the shakes and stuff. I don't know why. No good. But Earl Grey.
My husband gets that. Yeah, he can't do. He has decafs, but he can't do caffeine.
Yeah. But Earl Grey tea has caffeine in it, so I don't understand what the difference is.
Only small amount though.
Gotcha.
You know how people say, "Oh yeah, tea has more caffeine."
They've always said that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not true because by the time it's processed and dried up and stuff, it's not true. Coffee still has more caffeine.
Agree, because I would.
Yeah.
I would feel it if there was more caffeine in there.
Exactly.
Gotta find out where Patrick gets his caffeine pills.
Oh, Patrick takes.
I'm
Just
too
cut
old
out the middleman.
for caffeine pills.
Just chew on beans, coffee beans.
Those are
You can
JP
buy
Rivas
caffeine
says-
pills from fitness shops and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's
'Cause
covered in
they're
chocolate.
bodybuilders. No, just like they're literally just regular pills. Bodybuilders usually use them for fat burning. It's a good fat burner.
I need a gallon of those. JP Rivas says there's nothing like the Costa Rica coffee. I don't know if I've ever tried Costa Rican
Pura
coffee.
vida.
Send me some.
Have you ever tried Turkish coffee? Because that's what we have in Serbia. That's like literally just sludge with some water.
Is it good? Is it good or no good?
Do you know what? I think if you haven't grown up with it, like started drinking it at 13, it's probably going to taste terrible because it's quite soury and it's quite bitter. But, you know, for those of us, that's our culture. So we start drinking it really early on and then you just get used to the taste. I personally can't stand sweet coffee.
Oh, it's sweet.
But I can imagine if you haven't been drinking Turkish coffee, it's going to be quite an experience.
Is that the ones where I see where they're rubbing the little mug in the hot sand or whatever?
Hot sand, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Maybe it was different.
Maybe it is different. Yeah, because you have some other sort of Middle Eastern coffee versions.
Perhaps.
But the one that we have is just literally you have a little pot, which is quite narrow. And then you effectively just boil some water in it. And then you take some water out, put the coffee in, and then you kind of create it with this, almost like a crema in the Italian coffees, but it's a lot thicker. Literally like sludge, and then it all settles like there's a sediment. It settles towards the bottom of the cup, and that's in your actual coffee cup too. And some people love that. I find it a little bit disgusting, even though I'm a native, but but still. But I do like the taste of Turkish coffee. So yeah.
The bakery says Cuban coffee is liquid cocaine. I don't know if
Cafecito.
Cuban coffee, huh?
Yeah, I heard it's it's like jet fuel.
Yeah, Colombian marching powder, as they call it over here.
Is that what they call it?
What's that coffee beans that they feed goats and then they pick them out of their there's a process where they feed these beans to goats and then they wait until they're done doing their BMs.
Oh, yeah. Apparently, that's the most expensive coffee that you can get. Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but I have heard about it.
That's a real thing, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real thing. Yeah.
Anyway, our coffee talk for today. There you go.
Yes. Thank you for tuning to our TED Talk.
Civet
Yes.
cat redhead says, the cats do it too?
All right.
I guess so. I don't know. All right.
All right, so nothing until I think John stepped away from me. I was going to ask him what we're looking for in a breakout in order to confirm it's a good time to get in. And the S&Ps, like I said, this range has been super tight. Barcoding, as we call it.
Yeah.
Crude's about 50-50 here.
50-50. Crude is? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, S&P's 50-50 essentially, and NASDAQ 50-50 in the tilt.
It's about it across the board here.
All right, no big players in there today.
Well, we had some big moves here.
What, Martin? Not well, where? And you're maybe
Considering a Monday.
Yeah.
The ranges are still very tight, though. This is like really small.
Yeah. Hey, Dana, so you're saying crude that typically Mondays will fade the rest, or the Tuesday,
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday fades the Monday?
Yeah. So if there's
wild.
like a discernible trend,
Yeah.
so for example, in 2014 when we had the crude oil crisis, that was like my second year as a crude oil trader.
Oh boy.
That was like every time I tried to go short on Mondays, I would always get killed.
Huh.
And then I stopped. So I started noticing that more and more. I started writing it in my notes. And then more the time went by, I kind of tested the hypothesis that if you are going to have a sustained auction to the other side of the perceivable trend, it's probably going to be a valid entry and a valid trigger for a Monday. So that's why I'm never too opposed on taking the trade that's against the perceivable trend, specifically in crude oil. I can't vouch for anything else, but crude, I've tested to death, so I know it really, really well.
That's interesting. I wonder how many people, what was the correlation? What was it? Do you remember what the testing came back and said? How
I
much?
think it's probably just positioning for the week. So
Yeah.
maybe offloading some positions from the previous week. That could be one of the reasons. And then them going into real positions on a Tuesday.
That's cool.
That's always been my theory.
I've never heard that. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, I heard John's back. I heard that. The voice of God.
Oh, yes. I called him that too.
Did you too?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's funny. But you do sound like the voice of God, Hogue.
Oh, he knows it. He loves his voice.
I
Johnny
know
knows it.
he does. I know he does.
Morgan Freeman.
Yes. I think you have a better voice than Morgan Freeman, though.
Well, I appreciate that. That's 30 some years of screaming my head off in the pit.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
But I have absolutely no falsetto, so don't ask me to sing anything high.
Oh, I can sing really
You could
high.
sing high, John.
Well,
Yeah.
in a different context, yes.
Yes, content.
And I have.
Yes, you have.
I can sing pretty high.
So we're in the middle of the range in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
There's a lot of conflicting nuances. You want me to go through the nuances?
Please.
Yeah.
So here's the profiles. This is Friday's profile. This is today's. Opening range is the high of the day. The opening range is half the day's range. The initial balance is very small. So usually on a day when the opening range remains one extreme or the other, I only trade that way, which would be short. The only reason I'm not looking short is because of the negative delta. Negative 10,000, the market hasn't been able to extend the range very much to the downside. We've got the initial balance. If the delta remains, negative and even increases in negativity, the next opportunity may be to try and catch a break out of the initial balance to the upside, which I would most certainly time stop. By time stopping, I mean you get long when it breaks out above the initial balance, and you hold your cursor over the flatten button, and you don't let the market take a lot of money from you. You want the market to go really quickly to the upside. So that's I mean, I'm not looking short because the opening range is the high of the day. Although typically when that happens, I'm looking for shorts. So with the kind of conflicting nuances in the small range, I'm going to sit here and remain patient. I'm going to sit here with, like I said this morning, with my hands on my butt.
I know what you meant.
And sitting on my hands.
Yes.
And we'll just kind of wait and see what happens as the day goes on. I mean, there's just so little opportunity, information, just there's nothing coming out. The market is, I think Dan would call this a hangover day.
Could be.
You know, we had the big up moves all last week with really no relief. Today, relief. And, you know, I listened to what Dalton said over the weekend. He says, you know, maybe the market's ready to continue with this move to the upside towards the end of the year. Yeah. But it needs consolidation. It needs to hang around for a little while, even out inventories, and then we can see the next move to the upside. So I'm kind of going by that. This is a very narrow consolidation morning. There's really nothing I would do in my time frame. You know, we traded down to the volume point of control in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. That was an opportunity. You know, you kind of talked Michael out of doing it, but did we really miss that much? Maybe in the NASDAQ, but I don't see we missed much in the S&Ps.
No.
And so I'm just being boring, and I'm just sitting here, and I'm just trying to figure out, you know, what to do now, what to do next. You know, Deanna's had a decent trade in crude oil, which is great. You know, this would be, you know, it probably wouldn't have been something I was looking for actively if I were actively trading crude oil. I probably would have.
It was a very, very short term. It's like a very responsive activity sort of play. And you notice I didn't look for 2 hours. I didn't look for any kind of a massive extension. I just wanted to get my, 35 ticks, and I was like happy with that because it took me a few tries. You know, I was up 150, then I was down 0, and then I was like, okay, I just need to wait for more information. I got it. That was it.
Yeah, I mean, you did what you set out to do, and that was manage your expectations as far as profit targets are concerned.
Exactly, because if you have a potentially rotational day, ranging day, however you want to refer to those quieter periods, you can't really go shooting from one extreme to the other because there's no guarantee that the market will go to both of the extremes. And in crude oil, there's always one side that's sort of pulling the strings, so to speak. And that's why I like to limit expectation to 1 hour, so about 35, maybe 40 ticks if we have a bigger range-bound day, which we don't today. We're working with 100 ticks. I'm just looking at my average session range here. And literally today we've traversed 99 ticks, 99 ticks, and yet we have 243 ticks as an average session range over the last 10 days. So that's still, quite small, and that means I can't go looking for, 80 ticks in a 99 tick range. That's, unrealistic. It's not going to be very possible today. So I'm absolutely happy just getting 1 hour here, maybe 0.5 there. Obviously being careful now because I've had one trade that went to 1 hour, but on 2 lots. However, now I'm in with 1 lot, effectively risking half the amount of what I would normally do in a stronger setup. Why? Because I'm still controlling my risk. I'm controlling my profits. I don't want to whack in another 2 lot trade when I don't have enough budget to do that without jeopardizing the trade that I've already done, right?
I like that, budget. Yeah. It's a good word.
I use budgets more than risk management because I think it sort of gets into people's heads more. Risk management is such a big word, it's like, oh, you have to manage your risk. But it's like, no, you have to manage your budget. Like, how much budget do you have on the day?
Right. So look at this. This is 99 ticks. This is today's profile in the crude oil.
Mm-hmm.
Opening range, the low of the day, has me kind of preferring the long side than the short side. But look at Friday, 321 ticks.
Yeah,
That's a big range.
it is a big.
Look at the day before, 261.
Yeah,
Big range.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
312, 244, 255.
Yeah.
What are the odds, you think, that this range is going to remain for the rest of the day, D?
Well, considering it's an inside day, considering that we still haven't seen any sustained auction to either side, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that we extend maybe to 150 ticks, because crude oil likes 150 ticks on quieter days. So if that happens, then we're going to end up popping the initial balance to the downside, creating a neutral day, and just staying range bound until the end of the session.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Right,
going to
so-
kill this trade because I want to protect my profits. So that's down 190.
Okay. So basically, Deanna, what you're kind of saying is, I mean, we've looked above the initial balance.
Yeah,
We look
And it
below the
failed.
initial balance. That's more likely going to create more of a range type day,
that's right. Yeah.
if it isn't
Very good.
already.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
I think it is because, looking at this failed auction, it's too slow for a failed auction. Like it's kind of falling and whatever, but it's not like it turned around and then just immediately smacked back down. It
Right.
took a good 15 minutes to get through half of the initial balance. And again, we're not working with the biggest range.
Mhm.
So yeah, if I had to, guess what's going to happen, I would say neutral day. So we smack down the initial balance to the downside, and then we come back into the middle, and we just ping between those levels. However, we're probably going to end up running out of time. So, it's not like it's going to be a perfect ping from one side to the next. And actually, ES lends itself a lot better for those kind of days. When you do have a neutral day type, it's a very nice, orderly ping from one second standard deviation to the other second standard deviation. But like I said, crude oil always has this pull to one side. And right now, not taking the consolidation on the daily chart, we have been falling. Like we've been in a downtrend on crude oil, and now we wait. We have a bracketing market. We have 4 days of overlapping values. So again, looking for huge momentums. Yes, it's possible, but we might be in a decision point here. So
Possible, but not probable.
correct. Yeah.
Thank you, D.
That was good.
You're welcome. Always a pleasure.
I always learn from Deanna.
I learned from Hogue.
You still long in
you know
crude,
this.
Deanna?
No, I'm out. I got out at minus 190.
Okay.
Yeah. And now it's going to go up. But hey, it is what it is. I would rather protect my profits than stay in and then get smacked
Get
for
ripped up.
350. So
What are you at right now, profits?
I'm 500 and hold on, where's my, I need to find my P&L. I look at everything in ticks. I'm going to drag this over here. Yeah, okay, so what is that? There it is. Okay, so 530 at the moment. 520 plus some commissions, so.
Hey, what do we mean by failed auction? Yusuf would like to know.
Okay, so Hope, you want to go?
No, D.
No, me? Okay.
Your class.
Take it. It's all you.
Yeah, it means the price tries to leave the initial balance, which is the first hour of any open or any active exchange. So right now we're looking at crude oil. So that's NYMEX. So once the price attempts to leave the initial balance range and then fails to do so, comes back into the initial balance to close the next 30-minute period inside it, that could be classified as a failed auction, which means they tried to leave the first hour of the trading range, they failed, and then the market has a higher chance of going right back where it started, which means that they tried to go up, couldn't find business, and then they just smacked it back down and went meow, meow, meow. But that's an opportunity for us, right? So
Yes.
I love the sound effects.
yeah.
Look at where it
Well,
came right
musicians, you know.
Wheel.
Yeah, I'm gonna have that.
came
Eddie?
right back to where it started.
Yes, well, almost. We're kind of the 2/3 in. Yeah. Sometimes you have these partial failed auctions, and that is actually a hallmark of a quieter day as well, where it sort of tries to go back where it started, but then it sort of runs into either a low volume node or demand level, however you want to call them, because effectively it is the same thing, and then bounces off from there. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to try another long, and it still might happen, but it might not be while I'm on. So I just decided to clip that. Also, I wasn't in with the greatest price. So now, yeah, exactly. The location wasn't that great. There is a strong possibility that it turns into a neutral day, in which case my trade location was terrible. If I'm looking at it, yeah. So I would, in that case, I would have been trying to long in the middle of the whole range, and we don't want that on ranging days.
Fiddling in the middle.
Diddling in the middle, but sometimes that pays off.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah.
You find more in directional days than
Yeah.
anything else, but we never know when a day is going to become directional.
Correct. Yeah, you can have something called the running trend day. You can also have the auction that starts with an excess on one side and then goes off. I actually call those asymmetrical neutral days because they're effectively not really running trend days. It's like, yes, they build structure inside the initial balance, but ultimately they just go into an actual sustained auction, but they test it to the other side. So I kind of classified those a little bit differently. I went one step further.
Good.
Hey, Johnny, so what are we looking for all the S&P traders like you and I? What are we looking for in order to get in this thing? We're looking for a breakout out of one of these sides, upside or downside. How should we be selling these extremes in this channel?
I'm looking for a miracle, but
I know, man. I know. 75s to
so here's the profile.
to-
Here's the 30-minute chart.
yeah,
So opening range is the high of the day, right up here, right?
yeah.
And the opening range is half the range for the day. I don't remember seeing this like ever.
Yeah.
So we're in a very small range, but there is some sort of energy seeming to kind of be building here because now we're down 11,000 in Delta
Interesting.
and we're not breaking. We're not rallying yet, but we're not breaking. So, I mean, the idea is really if we're going to stay a normal trading day, you want to fade the extremes, sell the high, buy the low, sell the high, buy the low. The reason I'm not really looking to buy the low is because the opening range is the high of the day. The reason I'm not looking to sell the high is because we've got negative delta that might be indicating an accumulation in longer time frame of longs, which is going to get us P shooters short
Right.
all day until the point when we have to cover, and then we get the big move to the upside. It may not happen until 2:30, whenever it does. There is an opportunity. Again, I time stop these types of opportunities because I want everybody to freak out. Oh my God, we just took out the high.
Yes.
I got to get out of my shorts. I want them running over each other to try and
I had a risk manager in one of the companies that I worked at. He was a bit excitable, and he every time something would happen, he would scream in the office. So we were trading a lot of Euro futures at that point because it was a London company. So every time Euro made a new high or a new low, he would be like, "You're a new high!" Like out of nowhere, everybody would be like concentrating, and suddenly he's like shouting. So that was fun.
It's like our boy Patrick.
right.
Yeah.
Right. So I can see the delta on this platform, which is T4, which most people aren't using, and we can't really administrate the profiles for T4 for people in the trading combine or in live accounts. But you can also see it. I'll have to open up this platform, but you can also see it on Tradeovate. Pardon?
You used to offer T4.
Yeah, not anymore.
But not anymore. Interesting. Okay.
Well, folks, it is almost half past here, 10 o'clock a.m. Central Time. And we've got Mick knocking on the door here right now. So I'm going to step out and we'll get Mick in here for shoulder tap.
Awesome.
Cool. Later, Eddie.
Be right back.
Miss you, Eddie.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I shaved and here I am.
Grew some hair, dyed it.
Yeah.
You're looking much better, though.
A big upgrade, I was going to say.
Oh, thank you.
A
Thank
glow
you.
up. Yeah, your glow up is great.
No, actually, who do we have here today?
I am Sarah. I am the manager of support here at Topstep.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. If
Love your t-shirt.
That's a cool
Thank
shirt.
you.
Yeah, that's a cool t-shirt.
Thank you.
Johnny Cash.
I'm Johnny Cash.
Johnny.
We're all Johnny Cash, aren't we not?
All right.
So what do you got for us today, Sarah?
Well, I have some live shout outs and I have some express funded account shout outs. So we'll go with the live. First, we have Kyle, who is everybody's friend and we enjoy seeing here, who's up $14,000, bringing his balance up to $97,000. So Kyle, if you're listening, big fan. You're fun to watch. We also have, what's his name? Hughes. I can read. Hughes. He's up $17,000. We have Nick T, who's up $9,000. And last name, Ricardo? Rosiato. See, I don't watch enough, you guys. I'm sorry. Rosiato, who's up $4,500. Sorry, Rosiato. It's still pretty impressive. I'm impressed by it.
Very impressive.
Seriously. And then for our express funded account shout outs, we have Diego, who's up $11,000. Nice. Pradeep, who's up $7,500. I need to take some tips from these guys. Kyle, he's up $13,500 across all three of his express funded accounts. I need to take some tips from him. Damien, who's up $6,600. And Halima, who's also up $6,000. So all these people are really impressive, and I need to sit next to you when I trade because I'm not there.
They are really impressive because I've been sitting here waiting for something that I can sink my teeth into, and I've seen nothing.
Yep.
Gold is
I want to hang with Kyle.
Squeezing water out of a rock.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering. How are they doing this? They must be really, as Michael says, carving it up.
I don't know. They must have some secret sauce or some magic tips or somebody speaking to them on their shoulder. Because I'm telling you, I sit there and I watch gold and I'm like, oh, no. And it's been not nice to me lately. So, and I tell everybody in the company when I'm not doing well and they know it. So it's fair.
What in God's name are these markets doing? I can't find an entry.
Well, tell me about it.
Amen, man. Amen.
It's a tough one.
How are y'all doing today? Everything going good?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Yeah, doing TV,
as far as trading is concerned.
Correct. It's good to see people out there making money.
It is good to see.
Carving this shit up.
Yep.
Well, as you can see, we have a full house here today. There's Danielle and
in the background.
Brooke is back there.
Brooke, oh my gosh.
Back there.
It's a full office. This office looks real big on this little tiny camera, but I'm
There's
telling
the gang.
you, we're a little elbow to elbow today.
Nice.
Thank you guys for letting me come and do the shout outs today. I know I'm not Mick and I don't have an illustrious mustache, but this is fun.
Awesome. So that's it? That's all you got?
That's okay. Yeah, I know.
No good stories or anything? Or
I got on a plane this morning that was overbooked. That was fun. They offered cash, but I had to decline because I had to come here. But other than that, I got to see some beautiful views of Chicago coming in. It's wonderful weather. It was warmer here than where I came from in South Carolina. So impressive, y'all. You rolled out the warm weather for us. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, for now.
Well, welcome to Chicago.
Thank you. It's becoming one of my favorite places to come and visit. And not just because of the company, but it's beautiful.
Because of the food, right?
Shh. Yes. Obviously, it's a beautiful city. I'm glad I get to come and visit once in a while.
Thank you. Glad to have you here.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I can
Thanks
give
for
you guys
jumping
my
in.
feedback. Well, I had a good time. Thank you.
For the trading cards, we have a few trading cards. Oh, here comes.
He's shoulder tapping me.
Shoulder tap.
Shoulder
Oh,
tap.
I get it. I see.
Nice, Sarah.
I get it.
Nice job
cool.
there.
Nice to see everybody there.
Yeah.
Hello, Sarah Hecker.
Wow. Look at that.
What's up, guys?
Wow.
That is just fantastic.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Any mail for me while I was gone?
Only problem is when I'm drinking beer now, I get beer stuck on it.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff stuck on it.
You can save some for later.
They did.
Yeah, got to go have a few beers with Brett and Danny on Saturday afternoon. That was nice getting to hang with those guys.
Cool.
Little West Loop outing. And Hogue, I get to see you tomorrow too. We got our supper club tomorrow.
Yep. I'm coming.
Yeah, glad you're
Where you
coming
guys
down
going?
for that. Carnival.
Very nice.
Yeah, should be fun.
Swanky.
Should be fun.
Yeah, I'm going to start walking right after the close today.
You're gonna take the train in tomorrow, right, John?
I don't know. I'll probably drive.
Drive. Okay.
Just try and be a good boy.
All right, cool. Well, I know Sarah rattled off all of our notable P&Ls today. Really excited for Hughes, up 17,000 in his live account. That kind of puts him right around the 125 mark with that big $50,000 payout that he took. And then Kyle K was up 14,000, right around 97,000 in his account balance. Actually, I'm not going to turn over my shoulder right now, but I'm kind of curious to see where he's at when we get done with shoulder tap.
Beautiful.
I have to teach Sarah to read the boards for next time. She could go over and take a look.
Mick, how did these guys put up these kind of numbers in the markets today?
Well, size.
That's one thing.
Saw Kyle working the long side, doing 15 lots. Yeah, I mean, we kind of had it. I haven't been looking at the markets too much since I've been in, and we've got company in. I've been watching the traders and what they're doing. So I can't comment on the equity indices right now and feel very confident about what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, those are big winning days, bigger than my biggest winning day, with a long time in this industry. So while I can't speak to how they did it today, I can speak to how a couple of our other traders are doing. I've got some trading cards here.
Awesome.
Yeah, I want to talk about Ediberto, if we could. Ediberto is a trader in an express funded account, trading out of New Jersey, and big swinger here. Ediberto, average daily P&L, $3,800. That's a lot. And he hasn't traded many days in this account. 75% of those days are winning days, and he's got a really good 50% winning trades. Hogue, we were talking about it a little bit last week. 50% is something you can swing as long as your risk reward is there. That's his risk reward's exactly 2 to 1.
Damn.
On average, he's making $330 on his winning trades and only losing about 120 on his losing trades. So
beautiful.
Shorter time frame trading. Actually, excuse me, not shorter time frame trading. Nice long hold times. His average hold time on his winning trades, 50 minutes, and he's also impatient with those losing trades. Yeah.
Well, Ediberto, if you can maintain these metrics, you're going to build an empire, my man.
Yes.
You're going to build an empire.
Yes, build the empire.
Yep.
And if he maintains these metrics, we're going to be thinking about what we've already been thinking about, and that's getting him from his express funded account to a live account.
Nice job, Ediberto.
That's keeping the math on your side, Eddie.
100%.
Sure is. Speaking about other good math, let's pull up Max. I want to say his last name. I know we're not supposed to say people's last names, but he's got the coolest name, Max. It's an Italian sports car. It starts with an M.
Okay.
Out of London, England. There, I
love that. That's cool.
The back door. London, England. Average daily P&L makes $1,600 on average per day, and 64% winning trades. He's trading in the 150K XFA, and then 69% winning days.
Nice.
With many, many notable winning days. I've got my little list of his P&Ls here. These are the winning P&Ls from this account in the last 15 days or so. 2,900, 9,000, 4,500, 2,600, 1,200, 4,700, and then $6,000. So he also took a $5,000 payout, and he does a really good job with the hold times too.
Max M sounds like he's like a secret agent.
I like that.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
I'm Max Mustang.
Good job,
Andre, as we, while you're here and we talk about the winning trades, the winning day percentages, what's in your experience, like when you were with the prop firm, what were you and those traders putting up? What did the firm want? Did you guys talk about that? Was it less about that, which is, kind of a byproduct to your trading, and more about your trading? Can you give us a little insight if that kind of stuff is actually discussed elsewhere?
It
in the
is.
industry?
Win percentage is, but like you said, most importantly is like, we have that matrix that we show every now and then with, keeping the math on your side. When we were coming up through training and when we first came on board, they want us to be at a 90% win or scratch rate. That was just for training. Then realistically, it'd probably come back down to the 70s. But, if you start training harder, then it's going to be in the actual markets, you'll be, perform better. But initially, it was around 90% for either scratch or trade. The other 10% were losing trades. But keep in mind, I was trading different markets. I was trading euro dollars and we were spread trading. So it's much easier. And I'll say easier. There were a lot more outs. It wasn't necessarily scalping. It was spread trading. So that's the reason why you were able to win or scratch at 90, just to be honest, 75% clip. When it comes to outright trading in the indices, you definitely got to be above 50%, but back in the prop, they wanted us in the 75 to 80% range. Like I said, scratch or winning, because scratch trades don't cost anything, just fees and commissions. So that's basically where we're at. It was a higher emphasis on being right or scratch as opposed to outright trading like you are in the indices.
But you were in a pretty short time frame then, right? It was more of a kind of a scalp to a longer term scalp.
Correct. We're just trying to squeeze out a half tick in the trade. That's why, you remember you were talking about your buddy that was a euro dollar trader, I was doing 50 lots?
Yeah.
Yeah, my default size was 100 lot traders in euro dollars, and a half tick's $12.50. But those half ticks, the market's so liquid that the outrights don't budge that much because there's so much on the bid, there's so much on the offer. So it's a different type of trading as opposed to this where S&Ps, there's 80 on the bid right now and 70 on the offer. In euro dollars, there's thousands on the bid, thousands on the offer. So it was a much slower developing trade, which is why you had to do more size to squeeze out more dollars, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Do as many round turns as you possibly can. Similar to what you guys were doing. When we were doing the calendar spreads and the grains too, it's buy the ones and sell the twos. And if you, if you buy the ones and it looks like the ones are shaking, you better sell the ones.
That's the scratch. You got it.
One tick and do that as many times as you can.
Yes.
But yeah, those spreads was big size on the spreads for the most part, and it was deep, so you could kind of see it. If someone else was coming in and they start pecking at the bid, you see someone hitting it with 50 lots, 100 lots or something, we'd be in the room and say like, oh, the O's are shaking or something like that, and then sometimes we'd flip at the bid or the offer too and kind of slam it and jam it. I like what you said about the 90% winning trades that they were looking for when you got started, 90% winning trades or scratching. That sounds like a high win percentage. Most traders in their own activity don't really meet that statistic. But for any trader out there, I hear people talk about, oh, I took a grade A setup, or it was a grade C setup, or it was, a 1-star trade or a gold or a bronze. I think that's all kind of BS. You should only be taking the very highest probability trades. They should all be grade A trades. And as traders out there, you're not going to hit it, but you should be shooting for a 100% winning trade rate.
100%.
And if you shoot for 100%, you're going to be selective. And when you don't meet that 100%, you're going to be that much closer to it than say, oh, I can, be right half the time and start just, throwing trades around. It's not what you want to do. When I've gone into a trading rut myself, I remember the old principal of our firm, Linda, she's like, you need to focus on a 100% win rate. And because she said this to me when I was in a rut, what we were doing or what I was doing was not working in the current market environment. And she said, take one trade per day, have 100% win rate every day. And doing something like that really makes you be very selective about what you're taking.
Yes.
Makes you have full confidence in the one trade that you are taking. And then after that worked, then you can go back to your old ways. But that's a really good thing for anybody who's, on a cold streak or getting started too.
But to touch on that 100% mentality, yes, we all aim to strive to be 100% correct all the time. Is it realistic? Of course not. But what Mick means is having that mentality of being every trade, I want to be 100% right. It really dials you in and makes you much more selective on the trades you're going to take with entry prices and hold times and stuff like that. So I think that's what it means. Of course, we want to be 5 for 5 in a day. Is it realistic? Probably not over a sustained period of time. But with that being said, it's the mentality and the patience that you want to use before you get into a trade.
Yeah, absolutely.
It keeps you from taking those trades that you're like, well, I don't know, but Yeah, let's try it anyway. Take those trades.
Yeah.
It takes you from getting in this garbage that we're seeing right now. Basically, is what we're saying. I mean, that's what we're here for.
I feel like Patak might have taken a couple of those trades over the last few weeks.
Well, you're risk manager, dude.
It is tradertainment, but I feel like he's taking a couple marginal trades. Hogue, what levels do you have here?
Yeah. Famous last words. You know what that means. You know what's coming up next when he asks that.
Yeah. He wants to sell something. Sell an equity index.
You in the office yet, Mick?
Is he? No, he hasn't showed up here.
Okay, good. So
I didn't know if he was coming in today or not, but we do have good company in the office today. And unlike what Sarah said when she came on earlier, we rolled out the warm weather for you. She's in from South Carolina. Brooke's in from Kentucky. They brought the warm weather up with them, and I'm so fortunate for that. I was walking into the office this morning.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Can we get a card for Sean C? Sean C out of New York. We got our East Coast guys and then our across the pond guy. Sean is crushing it in his Express funded account.
Wow.
I've already got him on a list of traders that I want to move over to a live account. So, Sean, if you're watching, and you won't get that email until later this afternoon, but little hint, we're probably going to move you over to a live account. Sean's trading the NASDAQ and the crude oil, and his average daily P&L is very, very high. He's got big winning days, big losing days, hits that daily loss limit. But we've been watching this guy for the last 2 weeks because, his large P&Ls draw our eyes to his account. But I was looking at his trade report today and I'm like, holy smokes, this guy's just got tons of winning days. I think he's coming off a $10,000 winning day from last Friday, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
Friday. Wow.
Yeah, Friday. So 57 winning trades, 79% winning days. That 79% winning days is really like kind of that benchmark for what we've just naturally been pulling people from the XFA to a live account. It seems like most of our live funded traders that get called up recently are right around the 80% winning days. I'm not really surprised by that, but just wanted to note it. And then, so it's really good. It's super impressive trading out of him. And the one thing I would say is work on limiting those losses a little bit. $3,000 daily loss limit is hit, but I say that keeping in mind that this guy is putting up big winning days on a regular basis. So, when you're doing that, you can afford to have larger losses, and that's what we're seeing here. But I would like to see, him being able to cut it off at, a $2,000 winning day or something like that, because I know and it might not be the case for Sean, but I know for a lot of traders, they see that they got a $3,000 daily loss limit in their account. And it's like, oh, well, Topstep says I can lose up to $3,000 in a day. I'll just hit it instead of cutting it off earlier. Just because we say you can lose up to $3,000 in a day doesn't mean you need to risk that.
Yeah, the less you lose, the more you make, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it really adds up. I mean, if you could shave $500 off of a $3,000 losing day,
so true.
Do that 5 times. It's $2,500. You can. $2,500 isn't a small chunk of change. There's a lot you can do with $2,500.
10 G's a week or a month, yeah.
And his last name is Corvette.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so that's it for the featured traders today. And Sarah, thanks for all those shout outs. Traders, great job. And it was a really good week last week from our group of live traders and express funded traders.
There she is.
Hey,
that's the boss. Those are the bosses, everyone.
Yeah,
those are the bosses.
Well, if my name, which begins with an H, were a car, it would be Hyundai.
Mine would be horse. I'll like a horse. Any horse. All right. Well, Mick,
all right.
Anything else before you go? Any last words?
I want to go back to the 90% win rate, shooting for 100%. Do that. Everybody, your trading will improve drastically or at least a little bit. I would say drastically. Like if you have that, I'm going to get 100% winning trades mindset, and that's how you approach every single trading session, every trade you take, like you're going to be better off. That's actually probably one of the easiest little pieces of advice that anybody could throw you is aim for 100%. You won't reach it, but you're going to be striving for it, and you're going to do a lot better.
Absolutely. Good stuff, Mick.
Yeah.
Take your A setups. Play your A game.
Right.
Yeah. No such thing as a grade B trade or a grade B setup, grade C. Weed that shit out of your repertoire.
It goes right with what Jared talks about. Jared Tendler. He's like, you got your A game, your B game, your C game. What were you playing at the time? Always be concentrating on your A game.
Oh, I didn't catch that last week. I'll have to go back and rewatch that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy.
Well, great stuff, Mick.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mick.
guys. Have a nice day.
You got it, buddy.
You too, man. Take care.
Thank you.
Now tomorrow, Mick's going to join Hogue, 11 o'clock power player, and topic's going to be Ask a Risk Manager.
Oh.
So that's
Ask
tomorrow,
a Risk
11 a.m.
Manager
Central
questions.
Time. Don't miss that one. That should be a good one.
I might throw an anonymous question in that.
That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, Will, I've got an idea where some of those questions are going to go.
All right.
Before we go, though, we still have yesterday's best. Let's get that up on the board and see what we've got here.
Friday's best. Let's see.
Non-farm. Don't forget
Friday's best.
Oops.
There it is. Yap T.
New names.
Wow.
Express funded account traders. Friday putting up 22K. Asan putting up 14K. Kawai putting up 12K. Dominic A. Bada bing, bada bang putting up 11K. And Roy putting up 11,000. Those are very nice days to end the week.
Yes.
That's
Unbelievable.
impressive.
Those are some big days. What am I doing?
We're trading on TV, John. That's what
I
we're
know. I know.
Good stuff.
Well, we can do this for a while.
I don't mind it. I think we did all right today, Johnny. All things considered. We show the patience and disciplines that we hope is an example to the rest of the audience out there and the viewers. Like you said, we've got big time Fed speakers coming out the rest of the week. The markets will be moving. Hell, they might even. We're still open for 4 more hours. There's plenty of opportunity. So
yes, we never know what's going to happen later on.
That's right.
Well, it's taking a look at my gold here right now. Gold's on a nice run here with the bull. I'm done for the day.
Nice, Eddie.
I put up some nice. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I'm happy with what I got right now.
Are you trading on X then, Eddie?
I'm sorry.
Are you trading on Topstep X?
Yes.
Nice. Pretty sweet, isn't it?
I love it.
Yeah, they really did it this time. It's pretty impressive.
Everything you need is right in front of you. So, but hey, we've got top of the hour. We've got John going to be joining with the Dolby time.
Nick Dolby.
Dolby going to be with us here talking with Casper, and then Hogan, myself, we will tag team, and I will jump in and talk to Casper. So we'll be right back in just a few minutes. We're going to get this set up. Do not leave. And don't forget Top Quiz with Jack and Bonnie and group coaching at noon with Johnny Hogues.
I'll be watching. Later, guys.
All right. Be right back.
See you in a minute.
All right. We are here for Power Players, and we've got our good friend Jesse, a.k.a. Casper Rogers, with us today. And, of course, we got Johnny Hogue and Nick. Dolby time. What's up, Nick? What's up, Casper? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing? How you doing, Eddie?
Very good here for a Monday. Just sitting back and waiting to see what's going to happen. I tell you, I'm probably done for the day here. Some of us might be done for the day with some big profits, but there's still a lot of opportunity left.
It's not done till you close out the chart, right?
Exactly.
I just reopened mine, so game on. I actually just reopened my trading account. So thanks to TopstepTV and even some of my partners, I'm back in the game now. So you guys got me excited to trade.
Nice.
And I can say my first trade was a winner in CL. So I have a CL buddy with Deanna, which is great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice, bro. Yeah, I remember when we talked, you were like, "Man, I don't know, I'm not trading right now," and then that's news to me. So that's dope, bro. Let's
it's
get it.
I mean, Casper, like we're all you guys are all educators. I'm more of a student, but yeah, I mean, you have to be in the right state of mind to be putting on trades. And I think I finally maybe had the maturity to actually know when to not trade, and like stopped for probably like a year almost, if not more. But now I'm back in, and everything's great. So it's okay to take breaks.
Of course it is.
Man, you have to. Like even myself, and I take breaks all the time. Like not like that long, but like a week break, 2-week break sometimes. You know what I mean? I think that it's just like anything. You can get burnt out if you just keep at it.
Yeah.
Trading's the worst thing to get burnt out at too, because it's expensive.
Yeah. I mean, do you Do you find that like new traders have a harder time taking breaks because they correlate screen time with work?
Bro. They do. They're just addicts. So that's what it comes down to. And that's like a lot of people get into trading for the idea like, oh, okay, I see this guy, he's living good. I can make money with just working an hour a day. Next thing you know, they're just like the guy at the slot machine that's just chain smoking cigarettes, pushing the button over and over again. You know what I mean? And it happens so fast, but it's reasonable, right? Like I think everybody goes through maybe not an extreme phase of that, but some minor phase where like whether they realize it or not, they have more of like an addictive relationship with trading than looking at it like, hey, how can I make this business venture successful? You know, because whenever you ask somebody like, oh, do you think it's good to trade all day? Anybody's going to tell you no. But if you ask 10 people that out of all of them that tell you no, probably 7 of them are trading all day long and just over trading. So it's kind of just like human nature. But like you said, you got to be in the right mind state. And, you know, I think I think as Jesse Livermore said, it was like the best skill he ever learned in 30 years was how to sit on his hands, right?
Oh yeah.
And that's the most important thing.
Reminiscences of a stock up. Is that Jesse Livermore right there coming in to say hi? Back in the den. Pull up a seat, Jesse. Yeah, we have a 5th seat. Let's do it. Yeah, I mean, I think like for most traders, like first 2 hours, if you don't have a trade on, it's probably not going to be a good day.
I agree.
If you haven't figured that out in the first 2 hours, like that's the best time. I think for like at least for me.
That's today for me. I haven't done anything.
Yeah, and that's when it's like I think time can play a big role in refining strategy in a number of different ways, but one of the easiest to apply one is just setting a window when you trade, right? And then like, you know, finding the discipline to understand that, yeah, sure, there might be trades outside that window, but at the end of the day, we're not here to try to catch every trade. We're just here to make money. And, you know, for me, like if it's after 10:30, 90% of the time I'm done, right? Now I might be in a trade, like I might hold a trade after and let it go on its course, but I'm not scanning and sitting in front of the chart. And making that decision has been not only really good for my mental equity and obviously, you know, account equity, but also just for like overall kind of the identity you build in your mind. Like you kind of like form what you're doing, right? Because if we go into the market and we just trade all day, you're basically telling your subconscious like, I'm an addict, right? Whether or not you want to look at it like that, that's what you're doing, and you're cementing that thought process. And it's like, you know, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I mean, you can, it just takes a lot longer. So the better you can kind of train yourself to have that focus and that identity of just being more professional, trading within rules, being really like precise, because we're here to be snipers, right? We're not here to be like machine gunners. You know what I mean? So I think time's a really good way to do that.
Yeah, and I think it's really hard for new traders. Like Eddie and Hogue, is that common too, like in the pits? Like where people would just jump in and just like start placing trades right away? Or were they more like apprehensive because it was probably really intimidating? Now that I think about it, it's probably way easier to put on trades in the screen versus going to the pit and try to elbow in a position.
Well, I mean, yeah, you step into the pit for the first time with your shiny new badge.
Yeah.
You know, everybody in that pit is going, fresh money.
Oh, really? So you can stare them down.
Oh, for sure. Well, once you get used to hearing your voice and bidding and offering, you know, being a trader in the pit, a lot of them were just scalpers. They were working the bid, working the offer, trying to get hit on both at the same time. If they buy the bid and they can't sell the offer, they'll hit the bid and start working it again and again. A lot of the scalpers in the pit are doing what some of the HFTs and the algos are doing now electronically, which makes it so difficult for a human being to compete against them in that time frame.
Right.
But you know, as you kind of get into the learning and growing, and you know, getting less, caring less about what other people are doing or thinking about you, it became easier and easier. You know, I mean, it's never been easy, of course, but just to be in the pit, just to, you know, it was a different game. I mean, it took me, I took a year when I stepped out of the pit. I took a year just to start to learn how to trade on screen, because I wasn't going to have the opportunity to see the big banks coming in and buying thousands and thousands and thousands at a time. It wasn't, you know, I wasn't going to be able to see that. Sorry about the dog barking, guys. So I had to find different things to look for opportunities.
You know, a lot of those traders too would watch where the retail was. if a big bid came in, a big offer came in, and didn't fully trade, then they know they had a little leg up on, they can sort of edge that. They could sort of play off of that. And a lot of those traders that would jump in the pit, they would be, I like to call them coattailers, where they would just sort of follow the size, follow the size, go along with it, and maybe get a handful of contracts with a winning trade. I mean, it was, you got to give them credit, though. You got to give locals a lot of credit, because it was just them. That was it. Nobody
we had the opportunity. If there was a broker that had 100 to sell it even, well, if I'm standing in front of them, I can sell 50 at 90 or 95 and know that I'm only going to lose a tick or two if the market turns, because I'll just turn to the broker and say, buy 50. If the market turns and they're going to take out that offer, I've got a pretty good shot of only losing one tick on 50 contracts.
Right.
But now on screen, you can't lean on anything on the screen. You don't even know if it's there, for one, really there. And number two, the machines are going to beat you to it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would agree with that. So, I mean, are we all limit order guys then, for the most part? I mean, just find your level, put in the order, and let it sit. Because
I market, bro. I'd say.
Oh, really?
Unless it's a take profit or a stop loss, like a bracket, it's a market for me.
Oh, interesting.
I'd say probably 50-50 for me, unless it's a level that I'm anticipating an entry. Then I'll put an order in. But if there's something that changes, in real time, then it's a market order.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll do a limit. It's like, I'd say like it's like 90-10 for me. But like most of the time I'm trading kind of like dynamically, and I'm like I'll be watching, waiting for a candle to close, and it's like boom, candle closes. I've already got my little dock open and everything ready to hit the button. It's like,
yeah,
you got your sights on.
Yeah, even chat says market always.
Yeah. And that's the nice thing too about Topstep, because like you kind of have the blessing to do that, because like, let me tell you, as somebody who, I've traded a lot of CFDs and stuff, like you can do that, you know what I mean? But it can also backfire pretty rough if you do that, like in that environment, you can get clapped pretty nicely.
That's crazy, because I always thought, for at least me personally, like all my market order trades always end up being impulse trades, and all my limit order trades end up being at the level where I want, and it just gets filled naturally, and then it's a good trade. But that's funny. I thought there'd be more limit order types of people.
I used to be, like, when I was swing trading, and still to this day, like I do swing trade still, but not futures. Mainly it's crypto, sometimes some other stuff, but I do use limit orders for that, for sure. But it's like, that's such a small part of my trading that I kind of don't even think about it. But yeah, for futures, it's all just markets for me.
Yeah. Did you place any trades today, Casper?
No, I did not. I've been grinding on some YouTube stuff this morning. Just getting back from the Monday rush. There's always like a bunch of nice little fires to put out on Monday. Yeah. So usually
you were on vacation, weren't you?
Yeah, I was on vacation until Thursday last week.
Yeah, I saw some pictures on Insta. They looked pretty nice. I don't know where you were at. I'm not gonna like dox you, but it looked nice.
It was Palm Springs, but yeah, it was pretty sick.
Springs. Okay, yeah. That's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's nice out there, man. Definitely a lot warmer than where I'm at in Tennessee.
Yeah. What was your last vacation? You were just on one, weren't you?
You're muted.
Yeah, you are muted.
Yeah, the dog was barking. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was in Tennessee last weekend. Well, not this last weekend, the weekend before, for a wedding in Franklin, Tennessee, just south of Nashville. And then we were in Florida, kind of Clearwater Beach, Sand Key for a few days, and we've been in Florida twice this year. Once in like June or July. Don't go to Florida in July. It's hot,
humid.
No, I mean, Jesse and I were in Miami for that Forex thing, and that was real hot down there.
Yeah, dude, it was. And like, it's funny you said you were in Clearwater. I was in Destin like a month ago, like 3 weeks ago. So it's like same area, and it was.
We should have. I had lunch in how do you pronounce it? Deniston?
Destin, yeah. It's like the same area pretty much. It's nice down there.
Had lunch at what was it? I forget the name of the place, but it was good. I mean, all right, we should have met.
I know, right? I was on like the 9th, I think, through like the 16th, something like that. It was because that was for my birthday, and I was down there that week. And then
I think that's when I was down there.
Dang,
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, beginning of October, first week in October.
Yeah.
Traders,
Well,
we got a poll going on here in chat. Do you use market stop or limit orders? Right now, with about 260 votes, markets leading with 56%, stop orders 10%, and limit orders 33%. Let's get your vote in there. Let's see what's cooking.
Looks like we got a question in chat too. Dolby and Casper, how did you get into trading? Casper, you want to go ahead and answer that one?
Yeah, sure. So back in 2016, I had a bunch of friends who were basically telling me all the time to buy crypto, and I did, thankfully. And I didn't really know what I was doing. Like, I mean, I just figured out how to buy crypto. Basically, that was the essence of my trading at that point. And then it went pretty crazy in like 2017, 2018. And with that, I started realizing there's a pretty good opportunity here. And I basically I just hit I wouldn't say hit the lottery, but I definitely, hit a jackpot in the sense that I didn't know what I was doing and still came out on top. And that kind of sparked my interest in trading. So back then I off and on started trading, trying to research, watching videos. I'll just be honest. I was pretty risky. I didn't ever really use a demo account. So I definitely lost a good bit of money. And then kept just messing around. I did mess around with options. I messed around with just all sorts of random stuff. And then come 2020, I really started to take it seriously. And that's where I started okay, you need to manage risk. You need to learn how to actually do this the right way. And, go figure it actually started working pretty well after that. And I kind of went through all the psychological stuff. And I've always kind of been pretty risk on in general. You know what I mean? So trading kind of worked for me. And once I started to really apply myself, it really started taking off. So, and then here we are 3 years later.
Casper, I tell you, as we go on and as we trade, we tend to learn things that we take with us and keep with us. Now, when did you sort of turn that corner where it was things you were seeing much better, the most significant improvements you have made with your trading? What were those and when were those?
I'd say 2020 to 2021. And it was just night and day. I had joined a community, which now I'm a partner in, and I was just a student. Then I actually go back and look at this message. Sometimes it's funny. I sounded like that new guy, hey guys, I'm new to the group. I'm just trying to learn stuff, stuff like this. And then I basically just became obsessive with it. I had a lot of time on my hands at the time. I just fully immersed myself. I mean, I was either trading, talking to people in voice chat, or watching videos. I mean, literally, if I wasn't at the gym, I was just all I was doing, because I just stopped another business right before this, and that's all I did for a long time. And I saw leaps and bounds, and it was just because I really started to take it seriously. Before I had gone through everything from support and resistance, basic stuff, some harmonics, did messed around a little bit with Elliott Wave, never really learned it. But I was just a lot of traders probably still today, where I was just hopping from strategy to strategy. But the time that I really saw the biggest leaps and bounds was when I stuck to one. And at that time it was harmonics. It's not even how I trade now. But at the end of the day, the hard part of trading, I think, is more the thought processes and the mindset and the discipline. So I learned that because I actually took it seriously. And then from 2020 to 2021, early on, I was just trading harmonics, and I started to mix it with ICT. Sorry if it's loud. My neighbor's car is loud as shit. But then I started to mix it with ICT. And I mean, I would say that, but 2020 to 2021 was definitely my, 0 to 100.
It's something that you have to maintain, and something that you have to trust. And I tell a lot of traders when I was coaching, be a sponge, absorb as much as you can, and file it away, because you never know later down the road markets are going to change. Your strategy is going to change. And you pull out some of the stuff that that attracted you prior, and maybe give it a try. And a lot of us do have that practice account where we can experiment, basically, to see what works and what doesn't. So I mean, that's something you got to do. You got to sort of put the pieces together, put the puzzle together, and what works for you, you run with it.
Agree. No, 100%. And hitting on the point you made about just really immersing yourself and being a sponge, it's just so important because, and this is with learning anything, like think about back in medieval times, people learned something for 7 years before they were even done with an apprenticeship. And that was them sitting there with a blacksmith every single day, seeing the random semantical problems that come up, seeing not only hey, here's step 1, 2, 3, how to do it, but actually watching someone do it, actually doing it with them, doing it, and then letting them comment on what you did wrong. And you can learn indirectly from just watching other people go through that process, right? That's why I think that it's so important to just really, like you said, be a sponge and never think oh, this doesn't apply to me, right? You have to, and even now, I mean, I don't really go out and seek out new strategies, on an analysis standpoint, but all the time I'm listening to different podcasts of traders I respect, reading trading books, not really analysis, because I do think at a certain point you should stop trying to learn analysis. I think that for sure. But as far as just the game of trading, at the end of the day, we're all never-ending students, and you have to have that growth mindset if you really want to be what most people want this to be. Most people look at trading, they're like, oh, I want this to be, I want to make 10,000, 20,000 a month, or these things that they want, these life-changing results. And that's something that comes with really doing every last thing that you can in order to get that result, right? So I totally agree with the sponge mentality for sure.
And we're not talking SpongeBob, but it's something where, I mean, you can file away some of these ideas and some of these strategies. Bookmark some of the stuff you see online, put it in a folder. And, if things aren't working and you're hitting a wall, maybe it's time to start looking to, fine tune something or add, subtract. That's going to keep you moving forward.
Yeah, journaling is good for that. Trading combine is good for that. I still have all my journals from probably 10 years ago in a box somewhere. That's right. I mean, I started in the trading combine. I think my account is from 2011. So I've seen pretty much every iteration of Topstep. But it's great. I mean, it's awesome education.
Yeah, you have definitely D-time. Old school.
All of them. You just not all of them.
You were one of our first funded traders, weren't you?
I was probably first 50 or first 100. I was a part of the program.
I think that someone has the robot voice coming in. Is it Dolby? Tell me in the chat real quick.
Let's see. Check.
Dolby, can you exit Rendezvous and then just come back in? Thank you.
Robot voice.
Robo Dolby.
Yeah. Robo Dolby. Wow. Okay.
Thanks.
Give it a shot. Let's check it again. Check.
I'm back.
Check.
Hello?
Still a robot?
Sounds good to me.
Oh. You guys can hear me? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, sounds good.
You're good to go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I think both you guys are right. When you're in the trading combine or learning how to trade, you have to start taking stuff with you, or else you're just going to get stuck in a loop, a learning loop. Whether it be strategies, which is really common, you get stuck shifting through new strategies every 2 or 3 months. And then, if you're not journaling, keeping track of it, you're not doing the upward trajectory of progress. You're stuck in the loop. And I was stuck in the loop for a long time. It's hard to get out of, but it ends up, mostly switching from a technical problem to a psychological problem, which I think you were kind of alluding to, Casper, where it's once you're kind of established, you don't need to learn new trading strategies per se, but it's more about listening to other people who are successful and what they do from a psychological standpoint.
Yeah, and you'll just continuously have those light bulbs, with mindset stuff, or just like recently, I read that book by Tom Hugard. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him, but he's won a bunch of trading competitions. Super credible guy, right? And I read that book recently, and it's funny.
Best loser wins.
Yeah, the best loser wins, and it's funny. It's you can know things and it'd be like obvious stuff. But then when you read it from somebody else's perspective that you respect, you will absorb it in a different way, right? Like obviously we all can say, anybody who knows anything about trading, like, you know, oh yeah, you have to have good trading psychology. You have to understand how to take losses, right? Those are all kind of these like cliche things that people say, where if there's not really a meaning behind it, it's not going to really stick. But if you have, you know, a perspective of somebody that you look at and you're like, hey, this is somebody I would actually, you know, like, I'm a big believer of like only take advice from somebody that is like doing what you want to do. And you can look at this guy and it's like, I mean, the dude turned like 30K into $1 million in 1 year. Now, I'm not trying to condone attempting to do that and not saying that's my goal, but my point is the guy is obviously a very good trader. And I look, your brain subconsciously is going to listen to those perspectives more than kind of the cliche things that you may hear, you know, in communities or things of that nature, right? It's just kind of like, you know, like for example, let's say if I give you investing advice, right? And it's the same exact advice that Warren Buffett gives you, right? Like if I tell you it, it's just going to completely go in one ear and out the other, right? I mean, maybe not, because I mean, you know, but you get what I'm saying. But if Warren Buffett tells you it, it's going to be the same exact sentence, and your brain is going to be able to benefit from that so much heavier. You know what I mean? So like whenever it comes to like learning new kind of like mental models or ways to process things or ways to think about things, it's so important to just, you know, study people that, you know, have done very well, study the lessons they've learned, kind of like, you know, get their lessons without the scars, so to speak. But that's the only education after a certain point that you should really pursue, because let's be honest, like analysis really is pretty easy. Like it really is. You know what I mean? It's just like it's patterns on a chart. There are subjective parts of it that you have to learn. There are nuances of the market you have to learn. But generally speaking, I think most people that have been trading for any extended period of time can agree that learning that is much, much easier than learning everything else that it takes to actually make money trading. And you know, that's why we have a lot of people you see that are analysts, and then there are traders, which is two totally different things.
Yeah, they don't really advertise the psychological challenge when you're talking about trading. It's always like the charts and the money, but it's the psychological part that ends up really tripping people up. It's like, oh, I didn't really expect this to happen.
Yeah, and it's funny. I can even tell you just from my analytics, right? Like if I have like all of my, like almost every top 10 video I have is all easy, simple strategy, which they're great strategies, but like it just is like a case study to show like, you know, then there's like 6 mistakes that I made on my journey to success. Everyone's like, I don't care about that. It's not a chart strategy. You know what I mean? I mean, they still get views, but you know, it's just a funny case study. You can kind of see like what the general, you know, the masses go after. And I mean, we see it with, you know, general success rates in the market as a whole. You know what I mean? It's one of those cycles that you have to go through. Like everybody goes through it, right? I don't think that there are a few people, like there are a few Jeff Bezoses of trading. And what I mean by that is like Jeff Bezos, Amazon was his first business. Okay. That is like a unicorn. That really doesn't happen often. There aren't really many traders that just start trading and they do the right things. Just, oh, like, yeah, I started trading and I really got my mindset down. Like, no, most of the time it's like I started trading, blew multiple accounts, blew money, you know, almost quit, came back, and then, you know, went through a boom and bust cycle where I knew what to do, but couldn't consistently actually do it. And I'd make money, lose it all, make money, lose it all. And it takes a lot of that, you know, before you get to like, oh, okay. Like you start to realize that the hardest things in trading are actually the easiest things, which, you know, are like not trading, sticking to a very simple set of variables that, you know, has an edge, understanding that how trading actually works. I think that's a big one, is because a lot of people don't even get how it works. They just think like, I'm going to learn how to trade. And then once I learn how to trade, I'll look at the chart and I'll know where the market's going and I'll just get on my laptop and make money. It's like, no, you just are going to develop something where you have enough of an edge to make money over a set period of time, should you be able to actually consistently execute upon it, you know? And that's a big one, right? Like understanding like, oh, this game isn't necessarily won by winning all the time.
Well, the market always does new traders a favor and makes them look great. So then,
yeah. You know, one of the worst things a new trader can have is, you know, starting his trading and just seeing winning trade after winning trade after winning trade.
Yeah.
Puts you in a position where it's like, oh, this is so easy, and now you stop dropping your guard. You know, I think it's the best learning tool where if you are trading, that you're getting knocked out of that tree just about every day. But the thing is, when you've got the know-how how to get back up into that tree, or I should say on the horse, that's what's going to help you. And it's about mindset. I think that's the number one important thing in trading is having the right mindset. I mean, before you log in, before you turn on your monitors, before you put your trade on, you got to do that personal checklist on yourself to see if, hey, am I at 100%? Can I focus here today? Can I make the right decisions? And that's going to sort of set you straight. And, you got to understand that losing is part of the game for even the best of traders. It's how we manage things, how you manage your downside. So very important.
Yeah, the market knows if you've been naughty or nice. Somehow. Somehow it knows. I don't know how it knows my personal morning routine, but it does know if I didn't do it. And then promptly it's a losing day. It's crazy how that works, but every time. No, I was meditating a lot when I was trading really well, when I was funded with Topstep. I think I was doing 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes at night, journaling all the time.
That was with Ginny, wasn't it?
I worked with Ginny for a while. Yeah, she's awesome. If you're in Chicago and want a performance coach, Ginny Cristerna's.
Ginny Cristerna.
Yeah, she was on a couple times back in the day.
She would come on, the broadcast, and then at the end of the broadcast, she would do like a 5-minute meditation. I'd love to get her back here to do that again.
I'd probably get her on for some psychology stuff.
Yeah,
it'd be a different take than Jared Tendler.
Yeah,
I think because she doesn't trade, she's a performance coach. So
now, Casper, do you meditate?
Yeah, I do. No, I'm a big believer in it, like a huge believer in it. And I've done that even before trading. There are days I slack off for sure. Like everybody makes mistakes. Like right now, I'm actually kind of on like a 21-day I call it monk mode. I didn't come up with it. It's like another YouTuber came up with this a long time ago called monk mode, and there's different variations of it. It's where you go for 21 days and stay really solid. Anyways, getting off topic. Yes, I do meditate, and I think it's extremely important that people just go through these kinds of habits, because I'm I kind of think of everything like chess in a way, in the sense that yes, the meditating, the first step benefit is it calms you down, gives you better emotional regulation, all that good stuff. But the second step benefit, because like chess, you always have to think 2 steps ahead, right? And this can be with bad things too. So the second step benefit is what it does is it just puts you in that kind of mentality and that identity that, okay, I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to be doing to push myself towards my goal, right? I'm bettering myself, you know what I'm saying? And all of that translates into how you do everything. It's the same principle of making your bed in the morning and having those routines. You're going to have a better day. Hitting leg day on Monday, having the hardest day first. Well, how hard can the rest of the week be? Because you've already set the tone. And I think that I'm a big believer in journaling for that reason, journaling your trades when you're learning, because whenever you do that, you're telling yourself okay, I'm taking this seriously, right? I'm doing everything I can to not lose. When you meditate before you trade and you have a disciplined routine and you say, I don't trade if I don't have this routine, you're already building in, before you even trade, before you go into your actual trading plan, you're building in those rule sets and training your brain I am a follower of these rules because I know that this is the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's discipline is a muscle type of approach.
It is 100%.
Yeah. But I think where new traders slip up a little bit is they want to use trading as their gym for discipline, but that's the stage to perform.
Yeah.
You really need to be practicing stuff outside of trading to build discipline. So when you are trading, you are executing something you've already practiced, because you don't want to be practicing discipline when you're trading, because it's going to get really expensive. So doing things like making your bed, meditation, keeping the house clean, whatever little chores you can think of, to maintain discipline, that helps you trade. So yeah,
100%.
If you're a new trader and you're not taking advantage of, I think kind of the story that trading can help your life tell, then I think you're kind of missing an opportunity. But you can get a lot of discipline and just life knowledge out of trading, even if you're not profitable. Like you can build healthy habits, develop, keeping a clean house, clean bed, all that stuff. It all helps down the road. So don't just try to get funded. I don't think that's worth it, because by the time you get funded, you could lose the account anyways.
Yeah, no, I agree on that 100%, man. And it's like, that will follow you through business. It'll follow you through, I mean, literally just life, right? And it's like you said, discipline's a muscle, man. And like trading is really what, like I've always been like that to an extent, you know what I mean? But trading was what really, really solidified that for me. So you're 100% right there. Like it's just bringing structure to your life. And it'll teach, like you said, it teaches you a lot about yourself. Like same thing, like business does the same thing, right? Like, it's like, what is that saying? I can't remember. You can go to somebody's house and it's like, if they have a super messy house, like, well, they're probably gonna have a super messy business. They're probably gonna have a super messy trading plan. If somebody procrastinates, then they're probably gonna procrastinate. Like, the small things, they're gonna procrastinate the big things. It's like you said, it's just building that muscle, and flexing that muscle and going through the steps. And that's why, like, once you start thinking of it on that level, then you come to terms with it. Because like, subconsciously your brain knows this. That's why, like, when people don't do shit they're supposed to do, like, it gives you anxiety. You know what I mean? Like when you're laying in bed and you're just like, you're supposed to get the hell up and go run or go to the gym. Like, you have that inner thing in you, like, you feel like shit if you don't do it. But then once you really think about it, like what we're saying now, it's just like, damn, like if you just choose still not to do it, like you might as well you're just choosing to not be the best you can be. And it's not to say that like you have to run a 10-mile run and do the cold plunge and meditate to be a successful trader. It's not to say that, but it is to say, if you're trying to succeed at something that, most people fail at miserably, then who are you to think that you're going to be able to do that without bettering yourself or trying to do things that flex that discipline muscle? You know what I mean? So
I mean, you almost got to sort of put down the level, what's your passion? What's your desire? What level do you have that at? And that's going to really show you, how much you want this, how much you want to see success in this. I mean, I've talked to a lot of traders that are sort of like, half-ass, I'm doing the best I can, which that's all you can do. You can only do the best you can. But just putting themselves out there a little bit more, looking to learn a little bit more, doing the homework a little bit more. I mean, it's really a process where you've got to have 100% commitment. You got to commit to not only your account, but you got to commit to yourself that you will do the right things. You will follow through. Easier said than done. But I tell you, success in life is always easier said than done.
Yeah, I like that. I'm going to start using that. Speaking on like when people say like I'm doing the best they can, I remember my dad used to say this. If you ever say that, you're not. That's so true. Think about it. Anybody who says that is not. That means because that's like you're coping with 90% of the time. If you're saying, "Oh, I'm doing the best I can," it's because you're not. It's because you're not doing good.
It's funny too, because in trading, doing the best you can most of the time just means not doing anything, which is like really ironic. Because for trying to be like a professional football player, right? Like there's always more you could be doing, but rarely ever is the answer, yeah, just don't do anything. But that can be the answer in trading, and if that's what the best is, then that's what it is. Sometimes you go 0-2 or 0-3 in your first half an hour of trading, you're done for the day. And that's it. That's your best. It's just quitting. And that's kind of weird, but I think a lot of people kind of maybe struggle with that as like a paradox. But yeah, that can be fine, doing nothing.
It's so true. And that's so much stuff in trading. Like that's just why normal logic will not get you very far in trading. Like you said, sometimes doing the best you can is doing nothing at all, right? Sometimes winning in trading is consistently losing, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's just people again, everybody I talk to, for example, all the people, and I'm sure you guys have experienced this before. Like you're at the family function or whatever, and people are like, what do you think about like they want this for sure, outlook on the markets, or yeah, tell me what this is going to do. And I'm just like, I mean, I can tell you, I think it's going to do, but I don't really know. They're like, I thought you knew how to trade. I'm just like, this is why people, have to go through this long, learning phase of trading, is because logic and trading and it's just like it's like gambling too, right? Because at the end of the day, like, you know, the psychological stuff in terms of like poker and trading, it's like why Jared is both a poker and a trading coach. It's the similar
Very
stuff.
similar.
You have to like relearn, right? Like, you know, nobody listening to this don't say, oh, like it's gambling. Okay, bet. See you guys later. And that's not what I mean. I mean like the actual understanding of probabilities and how to maintain an edge. It's like the casino. Like the blackjack dealer doesn't get stressed out if they lose a couple hands in a row and start like, all right, I'm going to start changing the rules. You know what I mean? It's just, that's why they make so much money. That's why casinos, you know, look the way they do.
You know, it's true. I mean, you go to the, like, for example, you're using the casino. Now, if I'm new to blackjack, most likely I'm going to be losing my money. So what I would do is probably find somebody that has experience in success with blackjack and you know, riddle them with questions. You know, what do I need to do? How do I need to proceed? What do I need to look for? And that's exactly what we do in trading is you want to find that person that has experienced failure and success to sort of help you along. I mean, when I first started on the trading floor, you know, I was a bullhead and I thought I didn't need anybody's help. And all I was doing was spinning my wheels. I had no traction whatsoever, just keeping my nose above water until I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to try what she suggested to me, and I'm going to try what he is using. And you know, it's almost like the Dr. Frankenstein putting the monster together. It's a little bit of what she said. I like the process he's using. I'm going to use something that he is using, and you find out what's working. I mean, and it's going to take time. You know, it's going to take a lot of time until you can really dial it in where you're very comfortable with that.
Yeah, good trading will take a long time, and from my experience, I feel like the best trading feels like you're not really doing anything, which is another terrible paradox, because you would think it should feel hard, but if you're trading well, it ends up feeling really easy, and then it gets really strange. But I've always found that like the more I fell in love with trading, the harder it ended up getting.
100%. It's not even fun anymore.
I wanted to yeah.
It
no,
shouldn't
it sucks.
be.
Yeah, it sucks.
But yeah, it's not, man. Like I was just having this conversation with someone the other day, and it's not fulfilling, right? Like it's just for me at least. You know what I mean? Like it's still, you know, yes, it makes great money, right? It's something that, you know, you always do, but it's not like wow, like you don't just trade and hit like a winning trade. I mean, hopefully, if you're gonna stay around for long and be like, wow, like that felt amazing. Now, if you feel like that, you know, you're probably like not there yet. But it's just, you know, you lose, whatever, you win, whatever. Because like the thing is too, like it takes the edge off everything, right? Like when you win, you're not necessarily surprised, and when you lose, you don't care because you're like, okay, well, if I lose this trade or if I lose this account, you know, I have the skill to get another one. Or if I take a couple losses in a row on my personal, I know I'm managing risk and I can build it back up over time. And it just becomes kind of like this cycle that it's like, so, you know, you're just doing that. It's so tedious and so methodical where it's not like it used to be. Like you said, whenever you love trading and you're like, you know, all the dopamine's just firing off, you know, you're just ready to, you know, you think you're like Jordan Belfort and Wolf of Wall Street, that kind of vibe. Like that's when you're learning. And then once you actually get it, trading becomes boring and lifeless, but it should be. That's how good trading should be.
Yeah.
And you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's just the way it is. But
it's hard. I think a lot of you traders, they want it to be exciting.
I mean, you should enjoy yourself. Like
it
shouldn't be painful. Like it shouldn't be painful, but it also shouldn't be. It's funny. I actually tweeted this a long time ago, and so many people were like taking it out of context. I was like, you should enjoy yourself while you're trading, basically, or like trading should be. I said it some way where people are like, "Oh, this is actually why I does," and I was like, "Well, okay. Obviously, I'm not saying you should be like, you know, like, woo, yeah, like, you know, all the time. That's just like a sign of like a newer trader or some, you know what I'm saying? But like,
yeah,
if you understand like." It shouldn't be painful, right? Like it shouldn't be like, you know, oh my God, I'm dreading this. You know what I mean? Like that's just as equally as bad as being you know, overjoyed.
I tortured myself for years when I was trading. I was just like, this sucks. this is not healthy at all. And so like I stopped for like a while. It's like one of like my few breaks, but you know, if you get like too deep into trading, you can like it turns into too much of a mirror, and like your negative traits just like bounce back off each other and it's like reverberate. And like I just like ended up in like the 11th circle of hell, like in my own mind, and it's like, what is going on right now? But that's why it's important to have a trading community, right? So you can help get a little bit more perspective on your trading, because it's like if someone pulls you out of it a little bit, it's like, oh, actually, that wasn't that bad of a day. But if there's not someone else there to help you, be like, actually, that's fine. But it's like, oh, it's my 7th loser in a row. I'm trashed. And it's like, no, it happens. You're good. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, you know, things
Totally
too
different.
is I mean, when you're trading, we're here to trade. We're not here to battle the market. And when you know, we're not warriors, we're traders. And when you feel yourself fighting the market and battling and things just aren't working, I mean, that's when you got to throw the towel in. You want to make sure that your trader is able to come back again, your boxer, I should say, when you throw the towel in. You want to be in a position where you can come back tomorrow and not worry about getting yourself out of a big hole. And that's, you know, a lot of traders that I've talked to is they're in the hole, you know, first couple trades of the day. And the problem is they keep digging that hole deeper and deeper. They don't know when to say when. And it's, you know, it's like drinking alcohol or whatever. You need to have that option of saying, okay, you know what, enough is enough. I'm here to trade. I'm not here to fight. Okay, Marky, you got me today, but I'll be back tomorrow.
It's hard for people to switch that off. And someone was saying the tilt is real. The tilt is real. I'm going to peruse chat real quick because I think someone said, Hassan said, you're all making me depressed. It's like, no, we don't. It's not. Trading can cause depression for sure, but this is more of a conversation about how to actually avoid that. And I mean, winning is healthy. It's good, but it's all about keeping your emotions in a range, because you don't want to be too happy or you don't want to be too sad. You want to be right in the middle. We're talking more about like the paradox of not being able to enjoy winning. Because if you enjoy it too much, it's going to end up snapping back on you, and you can have a really bad trading day the following day. Because, you know, Eddie, you've seen it. I mean, we've all seen it, but like, you put up a really good trading session, what's going to happen the next day? You might end up putting on a little bit too much size, taking on too much risk, taking setups that aren't yours. So it's literally like finding that very, 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 very thin like line you have to balance on. And that's kind of where the whole trading becomes not enjoyable, because it's like, I know if I enjoy it too much, I'm gonna be in bad shape.
Well, that's like I tell a trader, if you have a real good day, next day, don't be in such a hurry to give it back. I mean, be frugal, be stingy.
Yeah.
Wait for those great opportunities, because the worst thing that can happen, it was confidence. I mean, you were kicking ass yesterday, and all of a sudden you give it all back plus more. I mean, that's you know that's going to bust the confidence here, and you don't want to do that. But
and that's just like torturing yourself. I mean, that's just self-inflicted wounds, and this is why discipline's so important, and why, you know, Casper and I talk about it so much, is because you want to practice that stuff before the trading session, so you don't end up creating circumstances in which you're just beating yourself up. Because, I mean, I'm just like torturing yourself. Like, you don't want to turn trading into that type of system,
right?
Like at all. You want to be able to just stop at your personal daily loss limit and then move on. And that's, I mean, it's not hard, but yes, it's so hard.
Well, Casper, we love having you on here. You're one of the fan favorites here. You've been asked to come back again. We're going to want you to come back again. Any closing comments here? Because I know we've got to move on to our top quiz coming up. Everybody wants top quiz. But just summing up today's discussion.
Yeah. So I guess I would say, to kind of sum up the most stuff we talked about, understand and work backwards from whatever your actual goal is. And if that is to become a successful trader, you need to understand that that is, you know, the odds theoretically are against, or not theoretically, the odds are against you. But the way that you put yourself on the right side of those odds is not going to just be by, you know, opening up your laptop and pushing buttons on a screen or watching videos. Like even my videos, just watching them alone is going to do nothing, right? Like you have to have action steps on how and why you're going to get to that goal. So you need to start working on having, you know, more identity-based goals than outcome-based goals. Like instead of saying, oh, I want to be a successful trader. More like I want to do things that are going to make me into the version of me that could be a successful trader, right? And just take that core fundamental and apply it to everything, and you'll be all right at the end of the day if you submit the time.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, to follow Casper, we have pinned his YouTube link. Click on that, subscribe to it, and by all means, Casper, great having you. And Adobe time. We go way back, and it was really neat having a segment here with you, my friend.
Yeah, this was fun. Anytime. Casper, always great to see you and talk trading. Thank you for educating the masses.
Yes, thank you.
Helping them become better traders. Just
we've got a 5-week series coming of a bunch of stuff.
That's cool. Yeah, anything else?
Keep us posted.
You said 5-week series is coming up. And
basically I'm going to do a 5-week series that's like the 5 pillars of successful trading, simplifying it. So that way a lot of people can kind of unpack. So it's going to be exciting.
That's awesome. And then any books you'd recommend? What's your favorite trading book?
Little sneak peek. I'm actually releasing a YouTube video soon that's going to be like all the best trading books. But I'll say one as far as like best trading book, which this one is, it's like the cliche one, but it still is the best, is Trading in the Zone. I think everybody should read that book so many times. If you want a book, like just a good book that I think people should read, that about trading, that's not about trading, but like more about mindset, is Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman. Super good book. It's a book just kind of like about that emotional intelligence, which is something that you definitely need in order to trade.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I think for me, Remnants of a Stock Operator is always my number one.
Yeah, that one's good too.
Read that like once a year. Market Wizard's always good. Atomic Habits, that one's pretty solid. Yeah, Trading in the Zone is actually on YouTube for free. You can watch and basically do the entire presentation of that book on YouTube.
That's dope.
Yeah, it's really good.
All right, gentlemen. We've got Top Quiz coming up here next. Once again, Casper, thank you for the time and the sharing of the knowledge and education. And hopefully we get you back here again very soon. Is that cool?
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you guys for having me.
All right. Thanks for being here. Tea Time, thanks for showing up. And we're going to take a little break here and get ready for our Top Quiz. Be right back.
It's fun. Go get them.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. Today, Monday, November 6th, 2023. I am Jack, and I'm joined, as on most Mondays, by Bonnie. Bonnie, what's up?
Good. How are you? The sun is out today.
I sure as hell haven't seen it. I've been in this room since 7, but I look forward to seeing it after the stream today. If this is your first time here, we're doing Top Quiz. It'll be 4 questions, multiple choice. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be in a drawing, and I'll give away 10 free resets, and I will email you by the end of today with that. There's a 6-second delay between us and you on the other end of the YouTubes seeing this. So once you sign in with either that pin at kahoot.it or clicking the link, answer the questions when they pop up on your device. That is all I have to say about that. Bonnie, you missed a raucous Friday Top Quiz. Sarah Z was in here with her whole flame hat on. It was quite something.
I saw that. That was hilarious.
Yeah, it was. And also, I'll never defeat it, but I crunched the numbers. It's taken me a while. By the way, if you want on Friday, I'm going to send out the resets today. I complicated things with that question about pi, but yeah.
Yeah, I saw the pie question too.
Well, the final results of that question were that on a question that asked what the 54th digit of pi was, of the people that selected an answer, 1/2 got it right out of 4 options. So,
Lucky guesses.
Well, Bonnie, unfortunately, I'm taking some stuff today from the chats. So today, the questions are going to be about trading. Not always, but today, you're right. It was 64th. I know some of you guessed and some of you got it right. What I'm saying is the laws of statistics say that that's impossible, that I would guess about half the people that got it right were Googling. But you know what? I like the cat and mouse game, all right? It's like Ocean's 11 or something. Anyway, the question's about trading to Bonnie, so do your best. You are an accountant by training and by profession, but I still have faith in you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we do this every day. We'll probably get it started pretty soon. If you don't get in today, there's always tomorrow. I did also save the list of the people that got that question right, just for further review down the road. But for now, let's not think about those unpleasant things. Let's think about Top Quiz and Tarzan and Kazu and whoever's going to get in here last. J. Lou. Thanks. I'm seeing longer names. Remember, I don't want those 2-letter names. So, surprise.
I keep seeing 1v1 me on COD.
Samo Saking. All right. Well, let's get this started so we can get the group coaching for Hogue. Are you ready, Bonnie?
Yes, I'm ready.
There is no bonus anymore for answering faster besides bragging rights because people have different connections and stuff all over the world. The traditional way the Kahoots played is that you get more points if you answer quickly, but the same people kept on winning. And so now we do it randomly for people to get 3 or 4 right. But I think you're all going to get some right today because these are trading questions. And if you are watching this, I sure as hell hope that you are a trader, or else, I don't know, just like the content. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's start. Correct date. We're off to a good start. 2. First question is, the technical analysis tool plotted as 2 lines surrounding a simple moving average and based on standard deviations is called pivot points, Bollinger Bands, Fibonacci levels, or the market profile.
I'm going to guess pivot points.
Pivot points, these are mostly technical indicators. In this case, the answer is Bollinger Bands, which on this stream, everyone has pretty much talked about how they think they're kind of useless. But as I mentioned the other day, they look friggin' awesome on a chart. Like, they look really cool. So, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it or not. For bragging rights, so far, Miss MTF, Casper, That was the name of my great-grandfather. Rick, Go Heels, North Carolina, and Call Me, Wink. I don't know if they're talking to you or me, Bonnie.
They're definitely talking to you.
Yeah. Well, I'm taken. All right. Question number 2. In order to see DOME, depth of market prices, beyond the best bid and offer, you would need what? A brokerage account, a commodities trading advisor, tick charts, or level 2 data?
Would it be level 2 data or tick chart? I'm just going to guess.
I think sometimes you got to go with your first. It is indeed
Level 2?
level 2 data.
Nice.
Oh, you guys are acing it up here. Yes, indeed. And that's important. If you're going, all the traders that I saw who were really good at outrights, I was a spread trader for years at a prop firm. But the ones that could do it, it was all about the DOME. They just had a Rain Man-like ability to look at what's happening in the DOME and make trades based on it. So it's a very tough skill to master. Relix, sup, Bonnie. McFly, that's the person's name. Sup, Bonnie. Fire drill when? Not now, bro. And Call Me, still hanging on there. Okay, you ready for the third question, Bonnie?
Yes.
Question 3. Who is the author of Hoag's favorite trading book, Mind Over Markets? Is it Jared Tendler, Jim Dalton, Paul Tudor Jones, or Brett Steenbarger?
Jared was on TopstepTV.
He was. Any guesses?
I'm guessing Jared.
No.
I don't know if he wrote a book.
He did write a book. That is called The Mental Game of Trading, which Hoag also likes, but it is Jim Dalton who is the author of Mind Over Markets. Paul Tudor Jones is the guy who famously wears Bruce Willis's gym shoes, and Brett Steenbarger is good too, but he just didn't write this book. All right. Call Me is flying to the top. Good for them. Okay.
Yeah, Call Me's going to stay there until you call them.
Yes. Well,
Jared.
I mean, I do have their email. So, well, once again, if you get 3 or 4 right, we'll randomly draw and give away 10 resets. Trying to be as fair as possible on these, but we'll see. Last question. The largest metals exchange in the world is located in what city? Is that city New York, London, Chicago, or Singapore?
Would it be New York?
It
London?
is, in fact, yes, you got there. It is the London Metals Exchange. Indeed. It is London, foggy London town, where, I don't know if you know this, Bonnie, but on this stream, we also, everyone tries to do the worst British accent all the time for some reason. So with that, let's say the winners. Or the bragging right winners. I still got to pick the winners, but for bragging rights, Belligerent, seen them around a few times. 2, Relix. And of course, our very good friend, Colby, Mickey Wink. Bragging rights winner for today. Bobby Baby and AZB, 4th and 5th. But remember, I'll at the end of group coaching, I will show who the winners are from the random drawing to get 3 or 4 right. In the meantime, Bonnie, thanks so much for playing. You'll be back Wednesday, right?
I might be. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, just tell me so I can find someone else to take part in it. Yeah, I did 2 for 4 today. Not bad, Bonnie. So right now, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have group coaching with the sumo group coach himself, Mr. John Hoagland. Hope you stick around, and I'll announce the winners at some point during group coaching. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Like to call Let's Crush 2023. You get a couple of emailed in questions that we're gonna ask first. But if you do have questions, put it in the chat and include question marks at the beginning or the end so that I can tell if it's a question or just a comment. My name is John Hoagland. I'm senior performance coach here at Topstep. I've got 40 plus years of futures industry experience. Been an active trader for a little over 30 years. Traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 of those years. Migrated to screen trading in 2009, and since really about 2011, been here at Topstep, hopefully improving the knowledge and performance of traders from all over the world. It's one of my favorite times of the day, favorite times of the week is when I get the opportunity to talk to everybody and answer any questions I can. Of course, nobody knows everything. I know I certainly don't. It's one of the reasons I love doing this so much is because I get to learn a lot too by trying to answer your questions. If I don't know the answer to a question, I'm not going to cheese it. I'm going to let you know. It's not something I'm familiar with. And those are the things that tell me that there's always still more to learn. And there is always still plenty to learn in trading futures and investing and all of this. It seems whenever we get the right answers, the market has a tendency to change the questions. This is the CFTC disclaimer. I should probably know it by heart. But it basically states that there's substantial risk in trading futures. These are leveraged products. We run the risk of losing more than our initial investment because of that. We should only be using risk capital to trade with. To me, risk capital is money I can afford to lose. Not that I'm trying to lose it, but it's money that I can afford to lose. But Topstep is going to be there for you once you're successful in the trading combine. We're gonna put that risk capital up for you. Once you get through that XFA account, we aren't going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any particular product here. Remember, everything we talk about here is for educational purposes only. It also states that hypothetical and simulated performance results have certain limitations, and to me, the biggest limitation is the fact that there is no consequence, no rules. and no accountabilities for some random sim account. That's why the trading combine gives you that feeling like you have skin in the game. It's a lot closer to the actual game where you're going to be putting up your risk or anybody else's risk. That's why we do love the trading combine, and hopefully you do too. And of course, we are always looking forward to your success. Now I'm going to jump into the emailed in questions here, and while we do that, I'm just going to put the charts up here if I can find them. Well, here, let me do this. Where'd they go? Well, let me do this. All right, here they are. What happened to them? I just had them up. Well, I must have X'd them out. Hang on just 1 second. I'll get back into those real quick here. All right, here we go. And we are back. All right. Somehow it's okay. Well, here's the S&P putting in new lows. Boy, we have some very serious negative delta here. It is congruent with direction now, minus 28,400 in delta. We'll talk more about that later on. But as far as the questions are concerned, Chris or CJ has sent in a question, and I think it's a really good one and some important factors. And he's asked me to talk more about the crude oil in this regard than the other products. He's a crude oil trader, one of the lonely few here that we have here at Topstep, and he's got some questions. Chris, again, thanks for watching. Thank you for sending in your questions, and he's got a little bit of a checklist of questions here. So what we're going to be going into here is question number one: where we opened compared to prior day profile, and what does it imply? All right, great question. If we're looking at crude oil, we opened, in essence, in range and in value. Chris says that he's been reading Mind Over Markets, and well, he's received it. He's going to dig into it, and these are all things that you're going to kind of start picking up by reading that book, Mind Over Markets by James Dalton. It's more about the market profile than it is the volume profile, but the market profile has been, my tool since I really started learning about it, and I continue to learn more about it. You never get to a point where you can sit back and say, I know everything. When you do, there's usually going to be danger at your door, right? Every time I've sat back on my haunches and said, I've got this now, I've been met with some pretty serious drawdowns. You always have to do your homework. So the first question again, where we open in comparison to the prior day profile, what does it imply? Well, in crude oil, and I'm going to show you this on the market profiles as well. This is the range from Friday. Friday's regular trading hour session range. Okay. So, what we're looking at is a market that is opening centrally located inside the previous day's range. Previous day's range was overall, I believe, a double distribution trend day. In other words, the market opened, it balanced, it broke out of that balance and began to balance lower. That said, the market opening right in the middle of the range and inside value from Friday indicates very little change in the perception of value of a barrel of crude oil. Okay, now we can probably go back and we can say, all right, well, what does this mean then? Let's see here. Let's find a day that opens outside the previous day's range and value. So we've got sort of one here. Okay, the market opens, leaves the opening range at the high of the day, trends lower the entire day. The next day, the market opens near the low of the previous day's range and value, but rejects it right away. So when a market opens in range and in value, there's little change in the perception of value. When the market opens outside of the previous day's range and or value, the market is indicating a potential change in that perception of value. So if we were to look at this in market profile terms, here's Friday's range, opening range, the high of the day, continuation, balance, double distribution, and we finally finish the day down here with another distribution of time and volume. Market opens in the middle of the range from Friday, inside range, inside value. Little change in the perception of value. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. That may not necessarily be the case all the time. The market opened and left the opening range at the low of the session, but it's a very small range. The market is basically kind of hanging out inside the previous balance that occurred early in the day on Friday. So be patient. Sometimes if the market opens between the distributions of time and volume in a double distribution trend day, the market is going to target an assumed point of control in the lower distribution and an assumed point of control in the upper distribution. One or the other is usually going to be revisited. So in simplest terms, for your first question, CJ, Chris, when the market opens inside the previous day, there's a little change in perception of value change. The market is probably opening in balance. In balance. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. Not necessarily the case here, but day isn't over yet. If this market comes around and takes out the low, the best trade location will have happened after the first hour of trade. So we have to wait and see how the rest of this day plays out. I don't see I don't see it taking out the low today, but if it does, that then confirms the idea that better trade locations happen later in the session, not really necessarily right on the opener in the first half hour or hour, when the market opens in range and in value. One thing, Chris, that I want you to consider as you look at and read Mind Over Markets, the double distribution trend day has two separate areas of range where the market shows potential acceptance over time. On this double distribution trend day, the market spent a lot more time here. It left that area, spent a short amount of time there. Monday opens back in the upper distribution of time and volume. If it doesn't open between the assumed points of control, then a repair day is possible. But if it opens in one distribution, it's likely to, of course, trade to that point of control. Now, we're using this point of control because it's the overall point of control. But when you think about it, any market that exhibits the ability to remain in a certain area for a certain amount of time, even though it may leave there, would have its own area of balance or value. So if we were to eyeball the area, you know what I'm going to do? I want to show this on this. Maybe this will be a little bit more clear and on the concept that we're talking about here. So here's crude oil. Here's the TPO charts. Okay. So looking at a double distribution trend day, there's an area of time and volume that was established here. Okay. This value area that this platform is exhibiting for the TPO value would be the value area I would call for this upper distribution. This distribution down here has its own value area because it spent enough time there to potentially show acceptance of time of price in this period of time. So you get a value area in the lower distribution, you get a value area in the upper distribution. We have spent the entire session today inside the value area in the upper distribution. The market is spending time rejecting the lower area down here, possibly accepting higher pricing and perhaps a move to the upside. We have excess at the low. We have a low excess high. Okay. So again, where we open compared to the prior day profile implies acceptance or rejection of previous value. Now we've been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in this range. We could feasibly merge all these profiles together. I don't like to do this because you lose a lot of the detail. Okay. Here's the value area for this entire amount of time, the last 5 sessions. Value area. Well, let's see what it looks like here. Remove the splits. Value area. It's almost the same value area as Friday's value area. It makes sense. If the market is in balance, it's going to stay in value. It makes sense. So if we were to be looking at the S&Ps, now just as an example, I know you wanted to kind of focus more on crude oil. Okay. Well, this day opened outside of the previous day's range and value. The market offered an early opportunity to get into a long. The opening range was the low of the day here. It did not close the gap. There is a weak high at the high from the previous day. That's an unfinished upside auction. The auction continues to move to the upside. We have a late spike. We open above the late spike outside the previous range. The market is out of balance. Anything can happen. We leave the opening range at the low of the day and the market continues to push higher. We leave a late spike at the end of the day here. Friday, we opening range to the low of the day. We continue to try and push higher and we finally find some sellers up here with which to kind of push back off those highs. Okay, we're continuing to extend the range to the downside. This is Friday's profile. There's a lot of weak structure down below. And we're going to talk more about weak structure as Mr. Decker sent in a question about that. Volume and open interest in what different scenarios could imply. All right. Volume and open interest in crude oil specifically is extremely difficult to gauge as far as participation, longer time frame, buyers, sellers, because the S&Ps are a one contract. In other words, the December contract holds the vast majority of the volume and the vast majority of the open interest. So gauging how volume and open interest change over time can be much more clear in the equities because crude oil has 10 years of contract months into the future. The December contract has most of the volume, but the open interest isn't that different. We're coming closer to rollover, which will be coming in probably next week, because it rolls over every week. But when you look at the amount of volume that it exerts, I guess you could say, even into December of 24 for the next 12 months, that's a lot of volume that's spread out over a number of different contract months. Look at the open interest. I mean, a year from now, the December contract already has 152,000 in open interest. It's half of what the December contract is this year. So this market is so widely spread as far as calendar spreads by the major players that open interest and volume become very difficult to read. So it's not something that I depend greatly on in making my decisions when it comes to crude oil. There are examples that I could show you in gold, which is, it's also one of those markets that has a lot of contract months out into the future. But typically, and we're starting to get a little bit close to rollover for gold, there are several, we call them bastard contracts because they don't get any real trade there. I don't even know why they're there, but the November contract, look at the open interest, 38. The January contract, 36 in open interest. April or Feb will become the next front month. There's 71,000. April, June, they all have some decent open interest. But the vast majority of the open interest is still in the front month, which is the December contract. So while it is a little bit thicker than like the S&Ps as far as where the open interest is into the future, it's a little bit easier to read as far as volume and open interest are concerned because of the fact that the vast majority of the volume and the open interest are in the front month. Okay, so there's I think we looked at it on Wednesday where there was a very stark example of how open interest and delta would have been beneficial for a trader trying to not, number one, get killed, and an opportunity for a trader to take advantage of the knowledge that open interest was coming in the upward direction and that delta was consistently negative in that direction, which means that the short time frame traders sold it all the way up. It's a really good question, and we may have an opportunity later on to go back and look at that information. Let me see here. Okay, highs and lows and what reactions at those levels imply. Okay. So, Chris, when it comes to the auction process, the auction is something that occurs in almost infinite timeframes and always dies in excess. So let me think of the best explanation here. Okay. So in the longer time frames, okay, this is a daily chart in the S&Ps. It could be a 5-minute chart. It doesn't really matter. What I want to show you is excess. Excess is when price in any auction time frame gets too expensive or too cheap. We can see we come off this high. We auction lower, we auction lower, we auction lower. We get to a day where there's a really long shadow at the bottom here. Okay, this represents excess. Do we know when this happens that the market is going to continue and turn and head the other direction? We do not know. We do not know. But consistently over a period of time, we can see that the price got too cheap and was quickly rejected on that day. The market moves higher. The auction is quickly rejected here, and the market continues to move higher. What about the high here? Well, we get up here, and the market seems to be kind of consolidating. We get up here, and the market is swiftly rejected, leaving a long shadow. Long shadows, long shadows, long shadows, double bottom. So if this were a 5-minute chart or a monthly chart, we're always trying to think about what direction is the market attempting to go, and how good of a job is it doing getting there? Do we have an excess low here in the S&Ps? Not a very strong excess low. I've been a doubter on this move to the upside the whole way up because it's not bringing a lot of volume or increasing open interest very much. We added maybe 3,900 on Friday. That's nothing. Thursday, we lost 5,300 on Thursday. That's not a healthy upside auction. That's a kind of a waffling upside auction. Doesn't matter what I think. I was thinking that this auction was gonna crap out, and I made money last week. I didn't make a lot of money, but I didn't get hurt because I was taking what the market was telling me in shorter time frame. Take a look at the TPO charts. Okay, here's that low on the daily. It's a double distribution trend day. It doesn't close on the bottom, leaving that tail at the bottom. It's actually kind of a weak low on the daytime frame. But the next day we open above these single TPOs. The market continues to push higher. The market continues to push higher. We have a weak high here, an unfinished upside auction. The next day we open and it's off to the races. We put up a late spike. We open above the late spike, marking acceptance of higher pricing. The market continues to push higher. We put in a late spike. We open above another late spike. The market leaves the opening range to the low, and the market continues to push to the upside. Okay, so now here we are. We're in the range from yesterday. We opened in range. We opened in value. Best trade location was the high of the day because the opening range is the high of the day. So our best trade location so far came in very early. We opened kind of bordering value, and the best trade location happened early. So far, we don't know what's going to happen by the end of the day. We continue to extend to the downside. Look at this delta, ladies and gentlemen. This is correct. We started noticing negative delta when the market was struggling to push to the downside. Now it's accelerating. We've got minus 30,000 in negative delta since the beginning of the day. We haven't even truly left value from Friday. Look at Fridays. The market opens. Delta increasingly negative throughout the entire day. Price continues to push higher. I would be looking for a much bigger increase in open interest on a day like that. Unfortunately, we only got 3,900. It wasn't like there was a huge accumulation of new longs coming into this market. But if we're going to continue this move to the upside, we need pullbacks like this. We need it. We need pullbacks like this. So opening in range, well, what do we do here? Yeah, the opening range was the high of the regular trading hour session. 89.50, 89.50. The opening range is the high of the session. Excess. First time we've really seen any substantial excess on the highs since this move started. Yeah, maybe a little bit of excess here. Maybe not. I mean, we did look up there twice. Okay. Chris's next question. So the highs and lows, what do the reactions mean? Anytime you have an auction that has excess at the high, like we have here, this may have been the end of the upside auction. You know, we had a little bit of excess up here that marked the end of that upside auction in the day time frame, in short time frame on a 30-minute chart. That ended the upside auction. The market opened, the upside auction continued to end. We are now currently in a downside auction. How good of a job is it doing? That becomes the question. Do we think that the market is going to leave this bottom as excess? If that's the case, then the downside auction is done and a new upside auction will ensue. Here's what it looks like on the TPO chart. Well, here, I'll use this TPO chart. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on a second. We'll use this TPO chart. So here's the S&Ps. Excess high, kind of a low excess high here, but excess nonetheless. Okay. What does excess mean? Well, if we have at least 2 TPOs hanging off the end of the profile, that represents a degree of excess. The longer the tail, the greater the excess. A pretty good tail up here. Excess. We continue to try and push lower. How good of a job is it doing? Is it doing a real good job of going lower, or is it struggling? Is it struggling? To me, feels like it's struggling. That negative delta, I mean, that's a lot of aggressive sellers. Are they doing a good job of moving price lower? That's the question. If this remains, it's excess on the low, the downside auction is over, and a new upside auction has begun. If this remains. I'm going to close out these TPOs. Maybe we can see this market recover. I don't know what's going to happen. Okay. So basing trade choices on the things we just talked about, CJ, Chris, it's so contextual. I could say, as a basic rule, and I do say as a basic rule, when we open inside range and value, stay patient. We opened kind of above value. The best trade location so far has been the opening range, which was a very big opening range, which kind of kept me out of it. Okay. We did come back in the opening range. This could have been a decent opportunity for us here. So the prep for the day is, what's the overall context? In the S&Ps, we're on a big rally. What's the likelihood of the rally going to continue? How good of a job has it been doing? To me, the market hasn't been doing a very good job of the upside continuation here. Okay, it's left gaps. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 naked points of control that are just looming below. Market, if we get a pullback, the market's going to come fill all this in. We call this kind of weak structure because it's left unfinished business below. Okay, so CJ, I hope that has helped. Jack, I see you. What you doing?
Well, it's going to come in real quick and announce the winner. So there I am.
Sure.
Here, you want to flip to one of your black charts? It'll look goofy over the white background there.
But of course.
All righty. So these are the winners from Top Quiz today. Ukrainian New Year, Dom, Andy, Frippy, DeTrades, Liliana, Dawn, Ray Jr., Vakery, Zingot, and Just. So you'll be getting an email from me later. Just.
All right.
So I'll be sending out the codes for a reset to them.
Thanks, Jack.
I'm going to drop out quick as I came.
All right. Always good to see you. All right. So Fred's got a question from Friday. I always love Fred's questions. I'm going to use this profile for this. Okay. So Fred's got a question about the profile and the action on Friday. Fred, as always, thank you for watching. Thank you for your questions. I think they're always really good questions and important for every trader to kind of think of these questions, whether they've thought of them or not. I really appreciate them. So markets and market structure on Friday, November the 3rd, the S&P daily auction had been moving higher. Friday's session opened with a gap. There's the gap. Higher and left the opening range at the low of the day. There's the opening range. Okay. This gold bar right here left the opening range at the low of the day. In the C period, 9:30 a.m., sellers tested the lows of the opening range. In my opinion, the C period test of the opening range represented a cheap opportunity for a cheap long because I could limit risk. I could enter just above the lows of the opening range with a stop just below the lows of the opening range. It would only cost me a small amount to find out if I was wrong. Fred, I agree that was a cheap trade. Now, what Fred is talking about here, I'm going to split this. The A period ranged from here to here, leaving the opening range at the low. B period came down near the opening range and then extended the range. C period opened, continued to check back into the opening range, and then finished higher. The fact that the market came back in C period to inside the opening range allowed you to be able to limit risk. Let's call it 4 ticks beyond the current low. So the current low was 825. So we're going to 725, 4 ticks. So we would have, let's say we bought it here at 61.25 and our risk is 57.5. So I mean, we're looking at five points of risk on that. That's a cheap trade, Fred. I agree. I should have been all over it. Especially with the fact that by the end of the session, we had negative 27,000 in Delta. I think you pointed out, was that the day that you pointed out that Delta was divergent? And thank you very much for that. Pretty sure that was the day because we had Delta divergence the entire day. So that was definitely a cheap trade. C period test of the lows, the initial balance was already established. If the test of the lows failed and sellers couldn't extend the range lower, I felt like the destination trade would become the IB high. So basically, market opens, puts in the IB, trades back to the opening range. His target then becomes the initial balance high. A very aggressive profit target, Fred. Very aggressive profit target. I like it. An F period at 11, price auction through the IB high. Along near the IB low, and C period offered a potential reward of 35 handles by the end of F period. I think 35 handles is $17.50 a contract. You've talked about risk to reward ratio of 1 to 2, and I still use your ratio as a guideline. I've heard you say that some traders you work with get into trouble by aiming for home run trades, but sometimes I see market structure offer larger profit opportunities. How do you balance profit targets and market structure? Well, profit targets should be based off of market structure. You know, the rule number 1, and which is another rule that I kind of adhered by today, was I'm not looking for longs when the opening range is the high of the session. I'm not looking for shorts as long as the opening range is the low of the session. So even if you got that bought, and at that time, value high was probably just eyeballing it, let's call it 43.79. So you got it bought at 61 and you got out at 79. So you're looking at 18 points. Still a rather substantial reward over risk to your 5 points of risk that you took here. We're looking at better than 3-to-1 reward over risk. And I don't view that as being unreasonable or seeking some kind of a home run. Now, with the benefit of Delta continuing to decrease as price continued to push higher, that would have encouraged me, Fred, had I been in that trade, to stick with it. You know what? There's a lot of sellers here that are just not able to move price lower. I'm long in really good trade location. you know, I'm sensing that there's longer time frame buyers. I'm aligned with them. I'm going to see if I can't get to high of value for the current session, or I'm going to see if we can't take out that high of that initial balance. Let's see if we just can't do that. But the problem is, Fred, you're going to have to withstand eating your stomach in the meantime. It took a long time. C, D, E, F, an hour and a half for F period to take out the high of the initial balance. That's something that you're, I'm sure, already kind of, Fred, building those muscles to stay in those trades a little bit longer. And with that negative delta, you know, I thought Friday the odds were pretty damn good that we were going to at least extend the initial balance with some substantial continuation. I don't know how substantial it ended up being. It was Friday. We had come a long way in a short period of time. But great thoughts. Great idea, Fred. And thanks for the question. And again, thanks for watching. He's got a question based on today. You talked about weak structure in the daily auction in the S&P. Specifically, you talked about 2 unfilled gaps from last week. You've talked about counter trend moves being vicious. Jim Dalton talks about areas where the market backs and fills, acting like elevator stops. When there are no elevator stops to catch falling price, such as when an unfilled gap is revisited, price can move rapidly lower. Is a counter trend move setting up in the S&Ps? What should traders be looking for as an early indication of a counter trend move? Would you look for short time trade inventory to get too long? I would, but I'm not seeing it, Fred. Overnight short time frame inventory, according to what we're seeing in open interest, has sort of been somewhat not existent is maybe the word I'm looking for. I don't see that with the lack of big open interest on this big move to the upside, that any time frame is too long to continue. As a matter of fact, we saw delta divergences on most days last week, which would indicate excuse me, that the short time frame traders were picking tops the whole way up. Today, I think they're all licking their wounds. They got smoked last week. Shorts got smoked last week. I think that's more the move to the upside was fueled by speculators trying to pick tops. Okay. Open interest doesn't indicate a huge increase or decrease in positioning the whole way up, which, you know, that has me a little confused. I'm not going to lie to you, Fred. Not going to lie to you. So Dalton sent out an email on Sundays. It's more of a marketing email for his education, which, by the way, is excellent. But he talks about, you know, what he's seeing in the markets, and what he did was he put up a daily chart. Okay, so this is the daily regular trading hour session only chart. It points out the gaps that Fred was just talking about from last week. There's also a naked point of control here, another one here, and another one here. So what he's talking about is the market setting up for the end of the year rally? If the market is too long for the end of the year rally to really start to get some legs, he wants to see, or he's sufficing, that instead of a big pullback, we're going to find range up here, and we're going to consolidate, for a little while, and then we're going to use those extremes of that consolidation to look for a continuation to the upside, or a deeper pullback to the downside to fill in some of this, well, like he says, backfill. It's almost like unfinished business. There's still things that need to be done here at these levels if price gives them the opportunity. Most of the time, gaps get filled. Take a look at this. Here's an upside gap. We filled it. Here's an upside gap. We filled it. When did this happen? June of 23. Any more gaps? Well, you got a gap down here. Ooh, we didn't fill this. This was an island bottom. Look at how big this island bottom pushed us to the upside. No gap. No gap. So we got to go. We probably have to go way back to find any more gaps. I don't even know if we're going to. I don't think we left any gaps down here. All the gaps that we left got filled. Gap filled. Island bottom. That island bottom is like the last one. We haven't gotten there. And look at the excess on the daily bar here. Not huge, but still excess. Price got too cheap. Sellers wouldn't sell it anymore. Buyers took over, and buyers have been in control ever since. So I think, Fred, there's either a consolidation in the wind here, or if we can get a deeper pullback, I think the deeper pullback or a nice consolidation would do much better to give us that hopeful end of the year rally. Wouldn't that be great? So Fred, Chris, thank you for the questions. I know that I'm focusing on these questions and focusing on giving everybody the best answer that I possibly can. So I haven't been watching the chat. So I'm going to kind of go back and go back and get the gaps filled. Going to the dentist. You're welcome, Chris and Fred. Sorry if you're late, but you can go back and check out what we talked about with your questions. You always have such good questions, Fred, and I'll sometimes they'll remind me of some of the things that I missed. And thank you again for pointing out the delta divergence last week when you did. That was great. Okay. Well, let's see what we got. Chris, I'm glad. Chris Kringle is probably hoping for the end of the year rally too. It's good to see you. It's my pleasure, man. I just hope you got a really good, solid answers to your questions. Is it not advisable to trade both the NQ and the ES? Should I only trade one of them? I mean, it's up to you, Happy Camper. I mean, they're related products, right? They're both stock indices. They do sometimes act a little bit differently. But from where I sit, to me, it's important to make sure that you're using market-generated information in the S&Ps to trade the S&Ps, and market-generated information in the NASDAQ to trade the NASDAQ. If you're using market-generated information from the NASDAQ to trade the ES, you're going to run into some difficulties. They're very correlated. Of course they are. But in shorter time frames, sometimes, man, they look different directions. Case in point, this morning, the NASDAQ left the opening range at the low of the day initially. The S&Ps left the opening range at the high of the day, which remains the high of the day. So, I mean, if you're going to trade them both, make sure that you are using information from each different product to trade the different products. Baby Shark session. I'm talking about the The regular trading hour session in the U.S. in the equities, like the mini S&P, NASDAQ, Russell, it's from 9:30 Central Time to 3 p.m. Central Time. 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That to me is the regular U.S. trading hours. There's Asian session, there's London session. I don't trade any of those, but those are basically the three sessions that we can talk about. I kind of group the regular trading hour session the overnight session to everything from 5 p.m. Central till 8:30 a.m. Central, 5 p.m. Central day. So this would be the NASDAQ's overnight profile from 5 p.m. Central to 8:30 when the market opens up, when the regular trading hours open up. Why do I separate them like that? Well, take a look. So here's Wednesday's session, Thursday, Friday, today. Look at the volume. Regular trading hour session. Most of the volume comes during the regular trading hour session, the U.S. regular trading hour session. Here's the 8:30 bar. Volume spikes. Here's the 2:30 bar, which ends at 3 o'clock. Volume spikes. Between, there's very little longer time frame participation. Here's 2 o'clock when the London session opens. We get a little spike when London opens, but the vast majority of longer time frame traders are present and active in the market during regular trading hours. That's why I prefer to trade it. I feel like the information that I get from the regular trading hour session is most clear. Okay. Shogun beats platforms for TPO charts. This is Tradeovate. The TPO charts are pretty decent. There's some adjustment that you have to make to them. Like you're going to want to set your session times, 8:30 Central to 1500, which is 3 p.m. Central. You're going to want to make the different letters different colors because I can see the morning part of the session is in red, then it's orange, then it's yellow, then it's green, then it's blue. I can tell just by looking at these charts where price was at specific times during the day. Also something that we can review if you want to get into that. Okay. All right. These polls are getting in the way. I can't read the chat. If you do have, like NinjaTrader, there are add-ons for NinjaTrader for Market Profile. FIN-ALG is one. You have to pay for it. I think they'll give it to you for a week, and then after that, it's a one-time payment, and then you'll have it for your NinjaTrader platform. Sierra Charts has Market Profile. Again, Tradeovate has Market Profile. Back in the pit, we just used a piece of paper and a pencil to create our profiles. So yeah, it's unfortunate that not every platform has it, but at the same time, I think it's fortunate that not every platform has it. Okay, Epic Zone, the opening ranges of both the NASDAQ and the ES. So the regular trading hour session in the ES and the NASDAQ and the Dow and the Russell is 8:30 a.m. Central. The way I look at the opening range is the first minute of trade. So that's that 8 o'clock to 8:30 to 8:31 establishes the opening range. You may want to look at a 1 minute chart to distinguish what the opening range trade is. That first minute, once it's finished, the opening range is set. Because there aren't any platforms other than T4 that I've seen that provide the opening range in the way that they do. See, this is the opening range right here. The gold bar here represents the first minute. You know, the reason this platform does it is because it's an old platform. It's one of the oldest platforms, and it was meant for people that trade grains and meats and not just, you know, equities and crude and gold. And the opening range was always kind of an important thing to know, if you will. So that's why it's still on here, and why so many of the newer platforms don't have it on there. They just don't understand, you know, how important it might be to a day trader. So equities, 8:30 to 8:31 opening range. Crude oil, 8 o'clock to 8:01 opening range. Treasuries, currencies, and gold. The true opening range is 7:20 to 7:21 a.m. Central. Not many platforms allow you to start a trading day or a chart or anything at 7:20. Use 7:30, watch that 7:20 1-minute bar, use that as your opening range. If that's something that you want to do, something you want to try. There's no guarantees of success for any of this. Matter of fact, the opening range is kind of cyclical. Like, a lot of people look at it, and if more people trade it, they have a tendency to wreck it. And then once they abandon it, it starts to work again. It's kind of funny that way. Okay. Market delta on Tradeovate. Okay. So here is the delta on Tradeovate. -29. Okay. So it is correct. So what you have to do is you have to go into indicators, explore community indicators, find Tiki, cumulative delta line. This is it. Tiki cumulative delta line. Install it. Put it on. You'll find it here in Tiki Tools. Click. Now you're going to have it on. But it's going to show you the cumulative delta from way back in the Stone Age. That's not the way I look at it. That's not the way I use it. What I do is you can adjust it. Here's that Tiki cumulative. Okay. So you want it on session, not chart, session. You want the start hour for the session to be 30 minutes before your market opens. So when the S&P it starts at 8 o'clock, not 8:30. Because it's not going to connect, it's not going to collect the information from 8:30 till 9 o'clock. You got to set it to start a half an hour before your market opens. Then you can show the value of the delta. Do you want to show the value of the delta? Because it's going to give you the number right down here. Once this is set, you save it, and then it'll be on your chart. So it's showing negative 29,600. My other one is showing negative 29,600. There are times when it does present as incorrect. It'll probably show you the right direction, but sometimes the number is a little bit off. In that case, I click up here and I hit F5 on my computer. I call it F-bombing the platform. It's going to restart the platform without having to relog, and that might do enough to straighten out the delta, which is still presenting as correct. Okay, so look at this, Fred. We have delta divergence, he says. Boy, did we have delta divergence just all day long. Delta continued to go lower and lower as price continued to push higher and higher on Friday. It's enough to keep me out of trouble, enough to get me into something, a decent trade that I was able to make a little bit of money on Friday. Good enough. We have pretty serious negative delta now as well. Where did that delta begin? Friday, down here. That delta began here. We came back here. Interesting opportunities. Okay, folks, I gotta let you go. I gotta let everybody get down to work, and I appreciate everybody being here. I like to end these sessions with a little dad wisdom. My dad was a trader for 40 years. And there's a picture of him. He's handing out Checkmate cereal on the trading floor. This was 1969. They welcomed the press onto the trading floor because there was a lot of people complaining that the guys at the Board of Trade were price setting. They were setting prices for grains. Nothing could be further from the truth. So they brought them all onto the floor and showed them what corn looks like, how the whole process works, going from producer to user, how those producers and users can use these markets to protect themselves against price swings. Anyways, they sent this picture of my dad in a nice black and white with a nice letter. I've got him up on my wall. It's just a kind of a cool thing to have. But this badge right here that he's got on is right behind me, right up here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's on his flag there. Great man. And he'd tell me, son, I could double my income if I would only work 3 days a week. To which I would say, Dad, then why don't you only work 3 days? He'd say, well, because I don't know which 2 days to take off. I don't know what are going to be the good days or the bad days. So everybody has good days. Everybody has bad days. Keep trading. Keep at it. Bless you all. Please remember, don't forget, say a prayer for peace, blessings to you, and I'll see you next time. Have a great rest of the day.